for you, them carry gun. Go lock up in a Babylon. What is you, man? Tell me. Up in a Kingston 7. Vietnam a run red. Tell me what I want. Tell me what I want. Stay in a milling pool in a the riverbed. String up big sound and a whole amaze. Watching the youths them play. Happy smiles on them face. Fish a fry, pot of rice. Everybody feel nice. Then all of a sudden, a police fire that man a run, you to run. Some of them a get flat. Everybody fun just done party crash in a Augustone. The man them ain't no level. Up in a Kingston 7. Tell me what I want. Tell me what I want in a Augustone. It used to be a merry place. Peace and joy was the story by my granny face. No boom down, no safe. Soon as them cry, a war broke in the place again, again and again. I will love to see the day when youths can play upon the riverbank. Man from outside, just a rock to the bass and a shaken. In a it's a politician. What is it that you want from? Tell me what I want. Tell me what I want in a Augustone. Up in a Kingston 7. Vietnam a run red. Tell me what I want. All my people in the ghetto. Me need enough to live up. A sound of a string up. A build back the good vibes, feel alright. But if we continue to fight and live in divide, Mr. Babylon can just take our lives, and there will be no more ghetto youths to shine. Shine them light, keep it bright. In a Angola, round the crescent. Tell me what I want. Tell me what I want. Augustone. Over the river. Over Bryson. Tell me what I want. Where the innocent gone. Augustone.
Turbulence. Empress, I'd like to get to know you. Believe me, I have so many things to show you. In righteousness, I want to grow you. Let me tell you this. It was love at first sight when I saw you first night. And I knew from that moment that your thoughts and your deeds was golden. Goosebumps came all over me. When I look into your eyes, you were so happy and free. I had to walk over and say, I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my side. I need your name and number and where you reside. Let's take a ride. Your name and number and where you reside. Your beauty I just can't divide. I need your name and number and where you reside. My name is Turbulence and Rastafari way me choose it. Occupation is singing and making music. My hobbies are reading and playing football. But most of all I like to have you when the rain no fall. And give you sweet love when the nature call. The Rasta never bow, we always standing tall. Let's procreate, baby, do not stall. For your figure, miss enough man a ball. That's why I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my side. I need your name and number and where you reside. My feelings can't hide. I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my side. I need your name and number. Yeah. You will be my first priority. That's a fact. Yo, that's a guarantee. In your arms is where I wanna be. Girl, you're perfect for me. Oh yeah. Please be my lady. Oh yeah. You drive the bingy crazy. Crazy for you, only you. You turn my gray skies blue. Your name and number and where you reside. I need you, mama. I need your name and number and where you reside. Your beauty, I just get a vibe. I need your name and number and where you reside. I look into your eyes, you're full with pride.
Good afternoon, listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. Today is Wednesday, overcast, and the country has been getting some well-deserved rains, you know. We expect more today. Well, I want to welcome my listeners and viewers. You know, we have programs for you, and you know, today is a very interesting day. Later on, we are going to be talking to the leader of the opposition. Yes, Mr. Mark Golden. Yes, and you know, today is day for food security. But right away, we want to go over to St. Elizabeth to find out what is happening in that food parish, you know. And we have with us Miss Cislin Myers. Miss Myers, good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, sir.
Yes, yes. And what is happening in that food basket parish over there now, where you are?
Nothing is happening relevant right now. We are just having hard time. Fertilizer gone up, chicken feed gone up. I raise chicken.
Yes.
And one bag of chicken feed is $3,000.
Yes.
Depends on the price. So the price difference now to bring it home is about $3,100.
Okay. So after you buy it at the store, it is costing you $100 for transportation fee.
Right.
And how much? Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Even now, transportation fee raised in my district.
Yes.
Because of the bad road.
Oh.
Every day, front end liquor, back end liquor, this gas gone up. We have to pay more for transportation to take us home.
Yes.
So it is very rough. Very, very rough enough. It's hard to survive now.
Yes.
The price is up there. When you go to the supermarket, sir, you have to just watch the cashier to see how much the bill gone. Because if I go to the supermarket and I want 2 pounds of flour, 4 pounds of flour, it comes in 2 different bags. I have to cash one first and see if I can cash the rest when I see the amount on the cashier.
Okay. Yeah, the cost of living is very high.
Too high.
Yes. And
too high.
Yes. And that is a problem. That is a big problem in the country. And
yes.
Yes, very big problem. And it keeps
And remember, food is an everyday thing, you know.
Yeah.
It's not like food that you can wash and hang up and it dry anyway, but you have to eat.
Yes.
So I have to know, because sometimes you can't even get the right meal.
Yes.
The nutritious meal that you want, you can't even afford it.
Yes, yes. That is that.
So a lot of people are unemployed.
Yes.
People have children going to school more than one.
No,
How do you survive?
that is very bad. What they can't afford, the lunch money, or what they can't afford to send the children to school.
Lunch money, the transportation money, because most of them travel. Some go to a neighboring school, they have to ride their bicycle. Rainy time now, how you think in the bad road, children riding bicycle to school? It's not easy, it's not pretty.
Yes, yes. And where you are, the roads are bad.
Very bad, bad.
Oh my.
We are living in the back of the community. And the front, we call that Vineyard Road.
Yes, I think I know Vineyard.
Yes, Vineyard Road.
Yes.
The road is so bad. And you can't believe it, Flight Green fixed the road 2 times. And all of the road don't fix.
Oh.
He claimed that he fixed the road 2 times. If you come in there now, you see the road, you would have never believed that the road fixed 2 times.
Yeah, so what happened? It wasn't fixed properly or what?
It wasn't fixed properly. He just patch a little part right here and just a few steps, the big pothole the same. You just step over now, big pothole. No, we don't deserve that. We are taxpayers.
Yes, yes.
We don't deserve that.
I can really understand you. Yes. So what the politics look like in the part where you are right now? What is happening?
Well, we are ready. Time come. They have to go.
Yes.
Yes, they have to go. Time come.
But I think I am of the belief that Mr. Floyd Green is your MP, right?
Yes, yes.
But I am of the belief that that is one of the safe seats for the JLP in St. Elizabeth. That is
no.
That is the
This
former.
is never said to anybody else. Whoever do the work, get the seat. But he is so lucky. The election called in the pandemic the other day, and he'll scrape through, but it won't happen again because the people are fed up.
Okay. That is.
They call Flight Green to a meeting in Vineyard, and Flight Green don't turn up, and Flight Green know the problem. He's hiding.
Yeah. That is the former Danny Buchanan seat, right? Am I right?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you come through Vineyard and interview anybody, they will say the Labour never fixed a yard of road in this community. Never.
Yes.
From Mr. Brown, Danny Buck, Hugo. That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
Yes. What about water?
Do a lot.
Yeah. What about water? You have access to water, right?
No, we have no running water. It's like weather like this.
Yes.
At the front of the community, you get little water.
Yes.
But where I live, we get no water at all. We have to buy water from the truck. And a 650 gallon of water is for $3,000. And you have a family, have a house. How long that water can serve?
Okay.
They don't even stock water.
Yes. That is a
I
problem.
can remember water used to truck in this community that people see the truck passing and they full up. They say, "Ladder full up."
Yes.
And no water. People have their dead. They have to buy water.
Yes.
It is bad.
Oh my. No,
It is bad. We don't deserve this. We are independent, man. Come on.
Yeah, we are. That is not good news at all. Water supply.
Water, no road.
Yes.
Food price.
Yes.
Fertilizer price, chicken feed price. Sometimes even scrape through and you take the last money and buy the chicken feed. Sometimes you can't even get buy for your chicken for the people so they don't have no money.
Yes. Wow.
We used to sell the restaurant, the cook shop. You know what happened? They start raise for themselves now. So it is hard.
Yes. But the price of fertilizer, one brand of fertilizer, I think is the Versan brand, went down last month.
Yes, but It's the hardest thing, when you hear they announce it that it's gone down how much percent. When you go to the store, nothing like that.
You're not serious.
Yes?
But no, the company announced that it has reduced its price. So how is it that you are not able to buy?
I'm not talking about the fertilizer alone, but generally when you hear that price gone down, it don't really go down.
Oh,
It's
yes.
like, I don't know if they want to sell out the stock what they have before or what, but it don't really go down like that. But
Okay.
when you hear the price go up immediately. Yes?
Yes. I can understand that. But things don't sound right at all.
No. Sometimes it bleeds my heart because, we are human beings. And we're living less than a human being right now.
Yes. Okay. And what the younger people? How are they surviving? The young people.
The young people,
Yes.
well, this is a farming community.
Right.
Everybody has to put their feet down to survive. But as I told you, the things are very expensive. Fertilizer feeding, that is my problem. Fertilizer feeding, food, the bad road,
Yes.
everything just bad.
Lord have mercy.
Bad.
Yes. And that is a community, is vineyard you're talking about.
Yes.
Then
I'm talking about vineyard and surrounding.
Yes.
Even hospital. If you go to the hospital now, you sit how long before you get through. When you get through, there's no medication. You have to go to the pharmacy, so you have to have money.
Yes. Oh my.
You have to have money.
Yes. No
Get
drugs.
money.
You can't get the prescription at the hospital at all.
No, you cannot get it. You get like a few pressure pill that is the cheaper one. That's the only thing they have at the hospital now. Few pressure pill. So people don't even want to go up there to the hospital unless it's emergency. You crash out like that because you won't get anything. In Black River Hospital, I don't know if the X-ray fits back now, but the X-ray is down for a while. When you have emergency, you have to send them to Sav.
Lord have mercy.
Yes?
No,
There's
man.
a down there.
Yes.
And if you pass the hospital, you look good, pretty, but not the inside.
No.
They want machine inside.
Yes. You must be able to deliver proper health care to the.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And that is not happening, you say.
Not happening at all. Not happening. It's the first I ever see Southwest St. Elizabeth. I am 52 years old now.
Yes.
And I can remember from afar. It's the first I ever see Jamaica on a whole.
Yes. No, not
Jamaica
good.
gone.
Not good news at all. And Saint Elizabeth is always. But tell me something. You are not having any crime problem in your district.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
It
You
doesn't
know-
make sense because it is global. Yes.
You know,
It happens
Saint
more than one, but
Saint
nothing else
Elizabeth.
going on right now. But
Saint-
crime is everywhere, just like other places. It happens here.
But you can support me with this one. You know that Saint Elizabeth, years ago, Saint Elizabeth was almost a crime-free parish.
Yes, because I have some family living in other parishes now,
Yes.
and they used to go on St. Elizabeth.
Yes.
I'm from St. Elizabeth, and they cannot do it again. Gone.
No, sometime when I hear the news out of St. Elizabeth, believe me, I am, taken aback because I remember when that parish was almost, now and then you have a domestic killing.
Yeah.
Yes, but no gun violence, nothing like that.
It
No,
is here right at the door.
No shootings and none of that. And now I am hearing shootings and gun killing in St. Elizabeth.
Yeah. Right in my community, we even have double murders.
Yes?
Yes.
Have mercy. No, sir.
Yes?
Something has to be done, man. We have to restore the peace in
Yes.
Saint Elizabeth, man. We can't
Yeah.
we can't allow that parish to just
I
just
don't like that.
no,
Yeah.
no, it is not. So you are saying that politically the people are waiting for the opportunity to vote.
Yes, and I said time come.
Yes. And when time comes is what I is that is the PNP slogan.
Yes.
Yes. So the people in your community, that's what they are saying that time come.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Boy, I can.
Yes, time come.
Yes.
People who didn't vote in the last election, ready now.
Yes.
Ready.
Okay.
Yeah, because it didn't. People even surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Because even go back on the water,
Yes.
and the main used to have a standpipe.
Mm.
People later than me. People used to go out there and with their buckets and catch water to bring into the community.
Yes.
I can remember one of Flag Green's speech. Who was sorry for the people. I sorry for the people of Vineyard and passing the buckets out by the standpipe. After they win, they bung the pipe because they don't want to see the buckets anymore.
Oh. So
Like bung, the bucket cannot go there anymore.
okay. That water is locked off.
Locked off.
Oh my.
No street light out there. Street light is gone.
No man. No.
It's pretty bad. Bad.
Yeah.
Bad. I have no adjective to describe it as bad.
Yes. No, that's not good news at all.
No.
Well, I tell you what, sister. We are going to. We'll talk again.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So thank you very much. Yes.
Richard,
Yes, sir.
returning your call, sir.
Okay. I know. I have Miss Myers,
Yes.
Councillor.
Miss Myers?
Yes, Councillor
Yes.
Myers. I have Miss Myers on the line. You know. You know her. Is a relative.
Oh, yeah, which one I work with the league here?
But is that your? I'm asking if it's your relative.
I don't know. But all Myers and Myers?
This is Champy.
Yes, correct. Champion, of course.
Namesake from Vineyard.
For Vineyard. Okay. All right.
Yes. Champion, she was telling me about some very poor conditions in Vineyard. The roads are bad, water, and
represent the belly, but they can't do better.
and then, well, the cost of living that keeps going up, and the price of fertilizer, and chicken
and seeds.
Yes.
And seeds. Chicken feed and seeds, terrible.
Yes. But tell me something.
So the small farmers, they must get a beating.
But Councillor, Versan fertilizer, last month they announced a reduction in prices.
Yes.
Um,
But me know that when a reduction in prices, one big man buy out 3/4 and then sell it back when you want to sell it back.
Okay. So
You know what I mean?
yes. So what you are saying then, the farmers are not reaping those, not getting those reduced prices.
I want to say the farmers not getting the reduced price, but by what?
Okay. Yes.
By what?
Yeah. So, Councillor, what?
May you know how it go when gas price drop? They say drop.
Yes.
Right. And you buy for the same board price.
Okay, that's what I said before.
Yes.
Yes. And when you raise, they raise the same day.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes. So, Councillor, what is happening in your neck of the woods? How are things down there? How are what is the political situation where you are in the parish?
Well, you mean within the constituency?
Yes.
Well, there's two aspirants out there, former member of parliament and current Spencer.
Yes.
And the new fresh and clean, sweet Zulika Jess.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Campaign is going on.
Yeah.
So far, I don't see the animosity in it. Each team doing thing.
Okay. Mm-hmm. One of the things I learned, though, Councillor, in that same constituency, I recall that a poll was done and the results were released showing that Mr. Spencer was leading Miss Jess. But some controversy, that poll was controversial because it was said that some of the divisions were not polled. And they redid the poll. And
yeah, we did it.
Yes, and the information that I am getting is that the Miss Jess is now leading not only Skern, but he's also leading the JLP candidate by 4%. That is what I was told.
Yeah, man. Well, she's beating both of them.
Yes.
Yes.
That is what I was told. But
yeah, that's correct. That's a poll with credibility.
Okay. So she seems to be the person who is going to be the standard bearer.
Well, that will be the best choice for the people of Northeast Elizabeth.
Okay.
Yes.
But I would imagine that this will have to go down to a delegates count. Yeah,
the delegate date is set for the 18th of this month, which is next week Sunday.
Oh, so that is a big day.
Yes.
Okay.
At states from 9 till 2.
All right. Okay. Yes. But from what you are seeing there, Councillor, you know that the in former years it was 3-1 in favor of the PNP in St. Elizabeth.
You mean with member of parliament?
Yes.
Yes.
But now it is 4-0.
Yes.
Now, so from where you sit, do you see where it is possible for the PNP to regain its dominance in that parish in the next election?
Of course. Yeah, man. I don't have no doubt. As long as we do the work and put in the candidate what the people want, then not a candidate where a handful of people need. You need a candidate the mass want, and if you do that,
yes,
then you're good to go.
Okay.
Because politics is numbers. It's a numbers game.
Yes.
And we all know the bigger numbers is the person who wins.
Yes, of course.
Right.
So once you
have to put in the proper candidate in their place.
Yes.
Candidate with integrity, honesty.
Yes.
Right? You don't have an issue. No, if you put in candidates when have no credibility, you have a problem.
Okay.
At the local level and at the central government level.
Okay.
And it will be either party.
Yes. I get you, sir. So it is now incumbent on the party to make the right selection.
I only do hope that the delegates be wise and choose the person who will win the seat.
Yes, because that is the ultimate goal.
And me personally speaking, we're not talking about no friend busy. We're talking about winning back Northeast for the People's National Party.
Okay.
That is where I have no issue with no one. All I want is a better candidate, the best candidate to go forward by the CPP. That's all I want.
Okay. Understood.
No animosity with no
one. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
But I want to be fun.
Yes. In your division, how is the situation with the road condition and the water condition? How are you dealing with that?
I lose you.
No, I'm asking that in your division. Are the people having issues with water and bad roads?
No, the only time in my division, we have a few I've done a tremendous job when it comes to infrastructure in my place.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that.
Yes.
And I must be thankful with the unit, the transformation unit. The sugar transformation unit, which was given, it was set up by the former Prime Minister P.J. Patch and the late Mr. Clark.
Yes.
And the EU, it was a funding granted by the EU to the sugar dependent era.
Yes.
So I was fortunate to that my living fall in a sugar belt.
Yes.
So the EU gives some grants where you don't have to pay back those grants.
Yes.
And then you have to set up a project which approved by the EU, send back to the Ministry of Agriculture, and then you even project them.
Yes.
So I can mostly say why I've made several applications, several projects, and I've been successful with it.
Yes.
But after the administration changed, them scrapped the program.
Oh.
They scrapped the program, and that's why the EU took us to the Jamaica off the list of granting. If you want the money from EU now, you have to get loan.
Okay.
But because of what they did, so the government changed, them took us off the grant list.
Yes.
They removed Jamaica from the grant list.
Okay. Yes. So you were able to get
Yeah, man, I capitalize on other projects. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Because in this thing, if you don't proactive, and if you don't submit, if you don't put anything to get out of the system, you won't get nothing at all.
Okay. Understood, sir. Yes. But Champy, overall,
in terms of water, the only time we have an issue in my living water is when the river gets dirty. Turbidity is high.
yes.
They have to turn it off until it come back down to clean, and then turn it back on again.
Okay.
Which I understand, because it makes no sense. You force a pump, it suck the mud, and it burn up, and you take it, and like you will get a pump. Either you turn it off every 2 or 3 days, or 4 days. I prefer water walk every 2 weeks more than a year.
Yes. Okay. Okay. You know, I was talking to Sislin a while ago, and one of the, we talk about the crime problem. I recall, and you will know this too, that there was a time when St. Elizabeth was a virtual crime-free parish.
Correct.
And
But I didn't know more as we speak.
yes. Nowadays, I'm hearing about gun crimes and double murders in St. Elizabeth. It is frightening, man.
Yeah, it is frightening, and from where I sit, true, you're correct, it is frightening. But you see, when you have people from outside coming in and seek safe haven, and you don't do a proper investigation and get them out of your place, those things will happen.
Oh. So
those things happen. And whatever the circumstances, the security, the police force must do them proper investigation, and who must be put away.
Okay.
Some easy.
Yeah. So most of what you are saying, that most of these crimes in the parish are committed by outsiders.
From information received, and based on how those which was cleared up on the names and where they are from,
yes,
it points in that direction.
Okay. Yes. Well, so as you said, something has to be done to address.
Yeah.
So that
I have confidence in the police for me, them shot a man for more time.
yes.
But I have full confidence in the leadership and the soup and his team from the person celebrate. Who in charge of it now? I have full confidence in them.
Okay. Yes.
But if no matter how you're good as a policeman or a security force, if the people don't get proper information from the public, they have an issue, and a serious issue.
Yes, of course. That is that can be problematic.
That's a factor. That is very serious thing.
Yes. How are things at the St. Elizabeth Hospital?
Let me be frank. I won't speak out of terms. You hear complaints and several complaints, but I have nothing factual to speak of that.
Yeah.
So I won't touch that very long stick. I know from time to time I get information that things is not right at the hospital.
Uh-huh.
And from investigation, sometimes it points in that direction. And you hear people complain.
Yes.
But sometimes some people complain for like a simple thing. But if I don't have concrete evidence or concrete proof, I don't speak about an issue.
Yes, okay. I understand. Why I ask, because I myself have been getting complaints from about it's not only St. Elizabeth Hospital.
If you speak about across the country, then that is a general complaint.
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't print by the back of a load. Back of which issue you right across the country. The health facility in the country is very poor. There's no doubt about that.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that.
It is.
And when you have one doctor to the treat to 40, 50 people with 40, 50 different complaints,
yes.
It's more stressful. It's stressful.
Yes, of course. Yes. And I know that there must be some problems like today because the midwives are out on a strike.
Yeah, I heard that also. That means the things are not right.
No, so I know that.
So it don't make no sense we put a bandage over a sofa which we can repair.
Yes.
Correct it once and for all.
Yes.
And the PR thing in this country can't work.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We need equipment. We need nurses. We need doctors, and they must be properly paid and properly looked after.
Yes.
And also the condition in the hospital with the beds are also that needs to be improved dramatically, and also with medication.
Okay. Well, Councillor, you have anything important thing that you want to say or you want to talk about?
About?
Yes. Is there any important issue that you want to raise?
I just hope that the crime situation in the parish will get better. Yeah. And the leadership of the Soup and his team.
Yes.
And I hope the citizens cooperate with the police so that whoever to be flushed out must be flushed out.
Right.
In terms of the politics in Northeast, DK began with the police.
Repeat.
No, some forces and the forces are until the past.
Okay. Yes. We are talking.
Yeah, because I want to talk to you on the phone. We are passing.
Yes, Councillor.
Yeah. So back to the issue now.
Yes, sir.
You were saying?
No, you were saying something about the politics in Northeast.
The politics in Northeast. I just hope the delegates go and speak on the day of the 18th.
Yes.
And send a clear message. It's time for us to get a female now in Northeast to represent the people.
Okay.
And a young, gifted and black woman who's coming in clean and fresh. And she didn't come here by her own. We asked her to come.
Okay. Yeah.
We asked her to come.
Yeah.
My colleagues them asked her to come because we look in the best interest of the constituency and in the best interest of the youth them and the generation that come behind us.
Okay.
And that's why when they asked me to run, I canceled and I said no. I'm not running.
Mm-hmm.
I need somebody who come younger,
yes,
who can get a 2-term or 3-term.
Yes.
You hardly can in politics. You hardly can get anything done in 1 term, especially when you are not in government.
Okay.
And that's a fact of life.
All right. And I also understand that a female candidate, the party is grooming a female candidate to contest, to challenge Floyd Green.
Well, it's not a party, the constituency of Southwest.
Yes.
You have 3 aspirants out there now campaigning.
Mm-hmm.
And so we are waiting the result on that.
Okay.
But it's 2 male and 1 female.
Yes.
And it's the first in the parish of in the history of politics. Away from Northwest, we have female going for Northeast and female going for Southwest first.
Okay.
And both are the political sense.
Yes.
It happened in Northwest before, but it's the first in Northeast and Southwest.
All right. And as
But I personally wish it the two female all the best.
yeah, as Sislin was saying, that they are ready, and I was saying that that is one of the safe seat for the JLP, but Sislin was telling me, say, no, not at all.
No.
Yes,
No. No. Remember those seats are swing seats. You don't call those things seats here.
yes,
Right.
okay,
And the drop in voter turnout now in this country, especially in the last election, you can't come up and no seats and no sort of seats here.
yes,
Because majority of the population is not voting.
yes, yes. Well,
That's the truth.
well, let us hope that the next election we don't see a 38%.
Well, I'm hoping for that. I hope if it remain at 38%,
Yes,
I drop below 38%, we are in serious trouble.
serious trouble.
Serious trouble.
Yes, we need to get out more people
Right.
to poll their votes.
Right.
Yeah.
And I will stress the point, Mr. Richard, is that it's not only celebrated when it comes to crime. I hope the security force will get on top of the crime issue right across this country. And the citizens of this country will cooperate.
Mm-hmm.
Will cooperate.
Okay, sir.
Right.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you very much, Councillor Myers.
You're most welcome, sir.
And
And I anytime, all the best
yes, sir.
in your endeavor.
Yes.
I know you should be co-worker before.
Yes, sir.
Right. So I want to thank you for having me.
Yes.
I know all the best. And that's my last word is that the security force will get on top of crime right across this year, because this country is a beautiful country.
Of
And
course.
when I look at it, when I look yesterday and the release, where Canada have given so many different countries access to enter their shores without visa, and Jamaica is not a part of that.
Yes.
It hurts.
Okay. Yes,
It
sir.
hurts.
Yeah.
When I saw other countries who have free access can fly into Canada, and we have to get visa, turn up the line to hours.
Yes.
And when you get hours and when you're done, you still not get through.
Yeah. It's a
I
problem.
remember one time we were the beacon of the world.
We have problems. We have problems,
Yeah,
sir.
we have serious issues, man.
Yes.
We have serious problems.
So,
Right.
take good care of yourself.
Yes.
Sislin.
Well, and all the best. We'll be in touch,
Yes, sir.
and you will hear the results
Okay.
on the 18th.
Okay.
Yes. And you hear the result to sort us when that time comes also.
Thank you very much, Councillor Myers.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Thank you also for having me.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Blessing.
That was Councillor Myers and another Parisina, Sislin Myers. Sislin?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. I want to thank you very much. And, we'll talk again.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. All right. Yes, that was, we're talking to people in St. Elizabeth to find out what is happening over there. Well, let us take a break. We want to talk to some people in St. Anne, but let us go for a break. Radio.
No kidding, I can't pin you down. What's going on in your beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what it means, but I'll be alright. My head's on the water, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me. Yeah. Whoa. You give me all of you. Yeah. How many times do I have to tell? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down and around to every mood. You're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. I can't stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You crazy and I'm out of my mind. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges.
Yes, yes. Welcome back to Rebel Radio. You know, we just had a discussion with the counselor and a resident in St. Elizabeth to find out what is happening down there. Well, we're going over to St. Anne now, and we have with us two gentlemen, Mr. Henry Callum and Mr. Cloudy Richards. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Yeah, pleasant afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Richard.
Yes, yes. Will you, what is happening over in my hometown, Muirhouse?
I don't know, presently right now, I'm in the town of Muirhouse, you know, at the bottom shop. You know, we call it bottom shop already. Just close to the school, you know, my night shop.
Yes, of course.
Man, everything just calm right now because, you know, many of the men them going to work, like the farmers, them and them thing, the children going to school and things like that, you know, man. We have been a cash now, like say we have been looking for rain and still, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
And a cash, like they were having some show up for help.
Mm-hmm. So you have been getting some rains over in your house?
Yeah, we get rain, man. Up to last night, we get a good shower rain.
That's very, very good.
I'm complaining about that right now, presently.
Yes, very, very.
I'm complaining about, you know, like all the road and everything, you know, man.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we still get it fixed, you understand?
Yes. The roads need fixing.
Yeah, the road needs fixing, but we still get it done, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, right. And I remember when I spoke to you, I think it was this year or late last year, and we were talking about the fact that the farmers were having some challenges, because I remember you telling me that there was a case where a farmer bought a tractor, but the use, he was having issues now, problems getting work for the tractor because farmers were farmers were what, coming out of farming. That's
kind of get low production from that in space instead of materials to farm, like, fertilizers and other stuff, seed and other things like that. But eventually, the man selling tractor because you find out, through the Kaiser come through the area, there's almost a land and kind of dig up. So, man, you don't wait to farm that much.
Yes, the bauxite mining has reduced the acreage of the farming land.
Yeah.
Yes. No, that is an issue because those lands now are there idle.
Yeah, they're idle. They're in a gully and you know what I mean?
Yes.
And the topside replace on it, so you now get to produce nothing too progressive by them things.
Yes. That is a problem for the people because those lands are sold and are now virtually, they are not in use.
Yeah.
So I can well imagine that agricultural output in
really
those.
that last like first, you know what I mean?
Yes.
And still farm, but they can't get really produced to be able to produce like 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, 10 years ago.
Yes. That is a problem. Mr. Richards, what is happening down in Orange Hill?
Oh, like in Orange Hill, Orange Hill always be a more upgrade town than near us, as you know that there are many people living there and things like that. Things always go on friendly down there same way.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Orange Hill, right about now, Orange Hill is kind of cool, We have rain back the past couple of days.
Yeah.
They built a new clinic there too, so they for the Brownstone clinic. People have left from Orange Hill to go to Brownstone clinic. And can just go right to Orange Hill, from Lower Buxton and place. They from Miro.
Yeah. Well, and do what? Do what? What do you say, Bill?
I'm there because I then have a clinic, an assistant clinic from airport, the Brownstone region. Yeah.
Oh, a new clinic has been built?
Yeah.
Where that is located?
Little bit between to Barnet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, coming from Harris Sierra to Barnet. You know where the little upstairs shop there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that is good news because it means that the people in those districts now can access better health care, eh?
Yeah, man, better health care there.
Okay, that's good news, man.
I don't know that now the nurses are on strike right now and doctors, you know what I mean?
Yes, the midwives are on strike today.
Yeah, because I really am the person. Some mothers when we turn up by the clinic in Miro just today. So they was assisted by just the healthcare alone, you understand me?
Okay, yeah. One thing I observe, will you and Cloudy, that the killing of Mr. Downer.
Mr. Downer, yeah, our farmer.
I am. You know Mr. Downer?
Yeah, man. From was a little boy, man. Remember, he was supposed to be here as a sanitary inspector, you know.
All right. When I heard it, my mind went straight there. I said, but I know this man.
Yeah, man. He used to be the sanitary inspector, yeah.
Yes. No, that.
There was an issue about them saying job for one place, so that's Cisco there. And then saying job for that Cisco in the only place, you know.
He did what?
In job now, Cisco was on the time and saying job now. Cisco and Walker brought down ties and go for inspect and then jump in like the rest of that time. It was a very long time. Probably a schoolboy then days.
Yes, of course. That was the man who used to visit the school and all the houses in Muir House and Kensington. That was the man.
Yeah, but
right?
So the person, I heard this man that the person would have vital lock like that. Then caught him this morning, and then took a whole bus.
Yeah, he was caught this morning?
Yeah, he caught this morning in St. Bay.
That is very good news.
Yeah, man, I get the details on my phone.
Yeah, just hoping that the news is true.
Yeah,
I believe it's true. I said they come on 12:15 news or something like that.
Okay.
And RJR.
Okay, yes. No, Mr. Downer was a wonderful person, I can tell you that. Wonderful.
Very nice man.
Yes. And, you know.
Everybody I wonder what trigger off such an attack.
Yeah, I wonder, you know, what could have really cost him to lose in life just like that, man, going for But, you know, robbery is about to understand.
The man was shot in his house.
In his house, yeah.
Yes. The based on the reports that I heard was that the robber went and asked for money.
Yeah.
And Mr. Downer's caregiver went inside to
have money to give them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when the robber shot Mr. Downer.
Yeah, man, and then fled.
Yes. No, that is a crazy guy. But you know something. It is just further evidence of how the crime problem is taking over the place, because places like Brownstown, when we were youngsters, you don't have shootings and those places in Brownstown. We never have those things.
You know, was a man get shot in a Brownstown region and play that time there.
No.
No. Well, there's a man going somewhere and police have really, you know, escalate or something like that, and between them and the cops or something. But we never eventually found that, you know, a man kill a man by shooting. So yes. My state one and them stuff there.
Yes.
Time have changed rapidly.
Yes. Mm-hmm. The young people nowadays are different from when we were young people.
They are different art. You know what I'm there, but I must be there. They call dog art.
Yes.
Yeah, man, things have changed rapidly, man.
Yes.
I shot me coming, I'm sitting right on a mask Niger pizza. Remember that pizza?
Yeah.
All right, let me sit,
Yes. But by the way, warm to Mass Niger.
Indeed, a couple years ago. Yeah.
Okay. So who is running the shop now?
You know, so there's a young man here running the shop. Like actually a supermarket we have there.
Yeah.
The community a lot, you know.
Okay.
The shop by the community.
Yes. Boy, yes. What happened to our schoolmate, Simpson?
Like Jimpy.
Not Jimpy, Jimpy's brother.
Joy.
Yeah. How our schoolmate?
You know, I'm seeing him much long, you know.
Yeah?
You know, I'm seeing him much long. Joy, yeah, man.
Okay. All right. So things are running smoothly in the district.
Yeah, man, the district are running away smoothly, you know.
Yes. Okay.
We might want a little more intervention at the village and things, and more people get jobs and them, you know, so you can't get here to go outside, we'll get it.
Yes, of course. Yes.
But you know, I'm really want to link. Why because we have a link by the school and you come down and we have a link by the school and have a little program by the school. You know?
No, I am planning to do a program from the school. I am working on that. I'm working on that, man. Yes, I'm working on that.
You link up with Juna, like when we work at TVJ and thing and.
Yes.
And then we come in and have a thing by the school.
Yes, man. I'm working on that. I'm working on that along with some farmer students like myself. You know, we're going to do something down there.
Yeah, man.
So I want.
Yeah, they pick up this year as my tell Everton Bowman.
Everton Bowman.
Yeah, Carl Peter. Remember you there?
I don't remember him now. I don't remember.
DC year in the first half.
Yes.
And then he must turn over to the. You remember him now?
Yeah, I still don't remember him, but you know, but. Right.
He used to work on the DC special squad until he turned over to JCF.
Okay. Yes. All right. I want to thank both of you very much. And, you know, just keep the peace and remain calm down in St. Anne, the Garden Parish. So thank you very much, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Get some feedback from what is happening in the Garden Parish. It's time for us to, we are going up now. When we are back, we want to talk to one of the contestants who is going to be contesting the constituency of Southwest St. Elizabeth. He's one of the contestants, and we're talking about Mr. Matthew Parchment. We are going to be talking with him at 3 p.m. Let us take a break. We'll be back.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Get your home ready for summer!
Tools coming in hot pot!
With a whole heap on your arrivals and specials!
Everything for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
In fact, for every space!
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more!
We have it all! Savings, savings, savings!
Come shop now! Big time sale at Tools Hardware!
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hearts.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69. And there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact
Okay, welcome back to Rebel Radio. You know, today we are having an overcast conditions, but we are glad for the rain. So right now we want to talk with Mr. Matthew Parchment. And Mr. Matthew Parchment is one of the contestants for the People's National Party who is seeking to contest the Southwest constituency in St. Elizabeth. Good evening, Mr. Parchment. How are you?
Good evening, Mr. Richards. I am well, thank you for having me.
Okay. And it is good to see young people like you coming forward to represent the people. And may I ask, what motivated you?
Well, to be quite honest, that question is often asked, to me, and the main reason I would say that I want to go into representational politics is because I think I have a level of knowledge and expertise that I can offer a lot of assistance to my constituents and Jamaica on a whole.
Yes.
I am a sports physiotherapist. I've traveled the world. I've seen a lot of countries, and I have an understanding of different people and different conditions and all of the above. And above all, I'm also a farmer. And as you know, Southwest St. Elizabeth is a farming constituency. We are the breadbasket of Jamaica.
Yes.
So, I'm in the system, so I see issues that can be solved and how things can move forward to help the citizens of Jamaica and food security on a whole in Jamaica.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's very good of you. And so you're not your family were not in politics.
No,
Okay.
my family was never involved in politics, and so I will be the first generation to delve into the political field. And as this decision has never been an easy one,
Yes.
but again, as I said, it you want you want to help Jamaica.
Yes.
It don't make sense just sit back and watch and see what's going on, and you have all these brilliant ideas and you don't try and make yourself available and go to the table to
Yes.
try and help and uplift Jamaica. Because without that, you are no policymaker, you are no decision maker, and you really don't have a say.
Yes, sir.
And that is a big issue, especially with young, educated professional university graduates. We have the most mouth, we say the most things on social media, but at the end of the day, we don't have that impact that we really should have because we're not putting ourselves forward into representational politics.
Okay. I get you very clearly, sir.
Yeah.
And
yeah, man.
So, Mr. Parchment, so tell me, what are some of the fundamental changes that you hope to bring to the people of Southwest?
There's a saying that who controls the food controls the world. Just this week, the agriculture minister and mine, who is hopefully will be my opponent in the next general election, said that there will be a decline of about 20% in food production for this quarter in the year.
Yes.
And this is really sad because, Jamaica is a country where the climate and the conditions are ripe for planting and growing things, fruits, vegetables, 365 days of the year. So the main focus will definitely have to be agriculture. We have to be able to feed ourselves as a country. But not only feed ourselves, we have to eat nutritious foods, because what is happening now is that we are eating so much rice and flour. And to be quite honest, those are very high starch foods that cause a lot of hypertension and diabetes and obesity. So we have to focus on ways and means to improving farming on a whole in Jamaica, but also Southwest St. Elizabeth, so that we can have more nutritious fruits and vegetables and food items. So my main focus will be definitely on agriculture. So we're talking about irrigation, proper roads to transport our harvest. You don't want by the time you reach town, 10 of your watermelon bus,
Yes.
We want proper roads. Next year that we will focus on is post-harvest waste. That is a big issue for farmers. If they can't get the goods to sell or they can't get it at the right price, they just make it in the field and rot and spoil.
Okay.
So we have to prepare factories and stuff like that to take these. These are things that we can make byproducts that they don't have to go to waste and generate income.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So harvesting, storage will be a big item for you.
It is definitely going to be a big item, and some crops that go to waste, they can definitely increase the level of jobs in the constituency. For example, mangoes. When mangoes in season, I mean, it's all over the place, eh?
Yes.
And mango is a very nutritious and valuable product that can make a lot of byproducts.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So, yeah, man, definitely.
Yeah. And as you can see, one of the issues facing the country right now is how we are going to direct the youth, because the youth, too many youth are heading in the wrong direction. You care to say how you plan to address, the youth population in your constituency?
Well, that is a very, very important question, and a question that needs deeper analysis. Because, I mean, sometimes at youth, when we're doing, when we're going through the education system, a lot of the times we don't understand or don't know what we want to do. So the world is moving towards technology, but there's also other professions that can be useful and that you can make a living from in these days and age.
Yes.
So one of the things is that we will have to try and educate the youth, bring these heart trust programs to them, carpentry, mechanic, all of these things. Sometimes the kids are not exposed to them in high school, or when they are exposed to them, they weren't interested, but sometimes their interest will be tweaked when they graduate and they become more mature and they have a level of understanding on what they want to do.
Yes.
Sometimes the education system is like if you don't become a doctor, lawyer, engineer, it just spit you out.
Yes.
And that is not fair. Sometimes these are the problems for the youth, and they become disenfranchised in society. So we have to bring things to them, educate them, say, listen, you can do this. You can be a shoemaker. I mean, females can be a dressmaker. There are so many things, so many professions that are dwindling down, dying down, and people are not interested or motivated to go in them because there's lack of awareness for a better sense of the word.
Mm-hmm.
And for farming as well, because we have to focus on farming. So we have to make farming more attractive to the youth. We have to make lands available to them. We have to use advanced technology, hydroponics, all these new technology. And we have to make it attractive to the youth so that we can regenerate the stock of persons that are interested in farming. So those are some of my, ideas and plans for the constituency when it comes to the youth.
Okay, sir. Okay. Southwest. Just remind my listeners some of the communities covered by Southwest again.
It starts from below Southfield, a place called Seaview, and it covers Treasure Beach,
Yes.
Mountainside, those big farming communities, Mountainside, Vineyard,
Yeah.
and the capital of St. Elizabeth, which is Black River. That is in the constituency, and it goes all the way to the border of Westmoreland.
Yes.
As far as Crawford, Galleon Beach, and go up in the hills to a place called Mountain Fostic Grove. All those areas, so it is huge.
Yes.
It's a wide variety.
It's a wide area.
Wide constituency.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So,
Yes.
it's very hard to serve it, but once you are dedicated to the work,
Yes.
then I'm sure you can, you will serve the people well.
Yes, sir. Yes. Very wide. And I can imagine that in that constituency, which it wouldn't be unusual because rural Jamaica has been neglected. So I can imagine that the areas that you're in that constituency, they are in need of a lot of development, like roads. Social and economic condition needs to be upgraded in those areas. Am I right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely, I totally. And a town like Black River, they say Black River is a dying town, and Black River is really a historic town. We have to remember Black River was the first place to get electricity in Jamaica.
In
and
Jamaica,
the
sir,
Western
yes.
Hemisphere. In the Western Hemisphere as well.
Yes, yes.
Because JPS now is celebrating 100 years, and they keep mentioning the place that got the electricity first. It is a guest house now in Black River. It's called Waterloo.
Yes, the Waterloo Guest House, yes.
Waterloo Guest House, first place.
Right.
And Black River is also the first place to get an automobile.
Mm-hmm.
So Black River has history that we can build on it. But obviously it is not being marketed and developed and exposed in that light. So, those are areas that we have to focus on to help drive rural development, because there's too much urbanization right now. As you can see, Kingston is becoming overpopulated, Portmore is becoming overpopulated.
Yes.
So we have to help develop these rural areas. But Southwest St. Elizabeth has great potential for development, and we have to capitalize it. The next area that I didn't mention is Middle Quarters, and Middle Quarters is famous for the pepper shrimp.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Whenever I come to St. Elizabeth, I have like tens of thousands of requests to bring up pepper shrimp, man.
Yes, of course,
yes. So,
So, so how do you see your chances? You're not the only contestant.
No, I am not the only contestant. There are two other persons in the race. So as you know, it is politics and it's unpredictable. And your fate is not decided by you. It is decided by people and what the People's National Party have as the delegates.
Yes.
So, but I am doing the work, and I am fairly optimistic of my chances, and I will remain positive that I will get it at the end of the day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Not too long ago, before you came on, I was talking to one of the councillors in St. Elizabeth, Councillor Myers.
Yeah.
And
Myers.
Yes. And one of the things that I have to talk about St. Elizabeth is that I can recall during my early days in journalism, one of my duties was to put together the crime figures for the year at the end of the year. And there were some parishes that I just stick and put them on one side. Westmoreland, St. Thomas, St. Elizabeth, Manchester. These were parishes that were virtually crime-free, right? And nowadays, I am reading about double murder, shootings, in places like St. Elizabeth. It has, it shocks me because, as I said, I can recall when that parish was among crime-free parish in the country. So I am sure that you must be thinking, as part, that it will be part of your responsibility to try and do whatever is possible to, clean up the parish. What is on your mind as it relates to the crime situation?
Well, that is really a sore point that you brought up there, and a very important one. And it is really sad the way that St. Elizabeth is going in terms of crime. I am from in St. Elizabeth. I'm from a place called Great Bay in Treasure Beach, so it's a dead end.
Yes.
So sometimes when I go down with my fiance, and my father is telling me the stories, she's saying that she don't feel safe. And growing up in St. Elizabeth before I went on to university, I mean, like, we would go outside and play and leave the doors open and everywhere.
Yes.
But that has changed. So it is really a area that we have to spend some time to find a solution to. And we might take it for granted, but crime is right in our backyard now.
Yes,
and
sir.
St. Elizabeth was not known for that. So we have to, I guess it is a multifactorial situation that we have to really focus on. And you are so right. St. Elizabeth used to be crime free, but now it's just like it's not that way anymore. Especially Treasure Beach, which is known as the home of community tourism.
Yes.
I've heard of instances where a lot of the guest houses are being broken into, and there are lots of petty crimes. So it's something that we have to look into and find into a solution. And just like how farming is one of my priorities, that is one of my priorities to make St. Elizabeth and Southwest St. Elizabeth a safe place.
Yes. Mm.
But I think one of the issues is that these SOEs that are being called, criminals are migrating from different areas and they are finding places that are not so, not crime hotspots. So,
yes,
as I said, it's multifactorial. I have to look into every area and find solution. But it's definitely high on my priority list.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Treasure Beach, and it is one of the areas where, as you mentioned, and I can recall that it has potential for growth as a rural tourism town. How you plan to deal with that?
Well, it is definitely one of the areas that has great potential, along with Black River.
Yes.
So, the International Calabash Literary Festival, and as you might have seen, movie stars were there, including Angelina Jolie.
Yes, sir.
So that's a big thing. So, we can focus on more festivals, diversification of different areas that are unique to Jamaica. So our culture, sports, and also in January, Brian Lara was in the Treasure Beach Sports Park. That was a sold-out bumper crowd as well.
Yes,
so we have to bring more events to Treasure Beach, and we also have to increase the room capacity. And also, I think we need to make more development, structural development, where people can do more things. So like entertainment venues, restaurants, tours, etc. And I think we can develop a nice tourism product for Treasure Beach in particular.
Right.
And not only Treasure Beach, but you can even tie in the entire belt of the South Coast there, go down to Party, go down to Black River. As you know, our next big attraction on the South Coast is the Floyd Pelican Bar, which is about 5 to 10 minutes from Party and Black River, but Treasure Beach is probably about 20 minutes. So we need more attractions like that.
Okay.
But the first thing is that the roads have to improve.
Yes, sir.
Have to improve.
Yes.
So that we can attract more people. Because like if you're driving down from Kingston, it's probably 2 to 3 hours. And imagine you're on a bad road all the way. It's gonna be unpleasant start.
Yes.
But with the new highway, that is going to finish in August. So hopefully the time can decrease and they might have better roads by then.
Yes. But the internal roads, I understand, are also. I was talking to a resident over in Vineyard, and she told me about the road conditions were bad over there. So the internal roads needs to be dealt with too.
Yes, man, definitely. It's not only in Vineyard. When you talk about Vineyard, like that stretch from where we call Seaview to Crossroad, which is the main thoroughfare for the farmers to take out their goods to Kingston, it is terrible.
Oh my!
I must say it is very bad, and these internal roads they have to be fixed, man. The residents and the citizens deserve better than that.
Yes.
Because we are hard-working, industrious people, and now we have to have the representatives to do it, to give us good roads, water, and light,
Yeah.
So I'll ask of them, but it is very hard to get roads fixed.
What about water supply in your area, Mr. Parchment?
The water supply is on and off. It is not consistent, and I am not sure why. A few weeks ago, we were told that there was a pump issue, and they said it was fixed. But sometimes during the days when we need the water the most, it is not being given to us. So, you know, I think that, and I'm not sure what's going on. But like in some areas, the big farming communities of Flagaman, as you know, they produce a lot of watermelon.
Yes.
That's the main thing, watermelon and cantaloupe, especially for the hotel industry. They don't have, it was surprising and shocking to me all along growing up. I thought they had running water. They don't have running water. And next year, I know, is vineyard. You just mentioned vineyard. Vineyard said they don't have any running water. The water really comes in the pipe and slide. And you have quite a few big communities. Greenfield, those areas don't have proper running water. Irrigation is a big problem.
Mr. Parchment, there are hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans who don't have access to running water, you know. And I'm not talking about for 5 years ago. For decades, they don't have access to running water. Right?
Yeah, man. It's sad. It's really sad. And we're Jamaica known as the land of food and water.
Yes, of course, sir. Yes. Now, as a young man, I can well imagine that you have decided to enter politics. But when you take a look at the existing political situation, for example, you are aware that we are in the process now of breaking away from the monarchy, and we are thinking of going republic. Now, I would like to hear, as a potential member of parliament, I would like to hear your views on, you know, what the new Jamaica should look like. What kind of, for example, the political system that we have now. What should it be changed, and if so, what would you like to see?
Well, to be quite honest, I've just been reading about it on the in the news and the plan.
Yes.
But it is something that we have to really take into serious consideration if we want to break away from the Queen and we want to become a republic. Because I mean, things that have faced countries that break away from, like for example, we would break away from the Commonwealth, and that would make us more independent, and we become self-sustaining. So we manage all of these things. We will have our own court, CCJ. Are we prepared for all these changes? There are lots of questions that the political system. Will we change? Will we adapt? This has been here for a while. It is not as simple as we make it look. And I would say that we have to consult and do more research in terms of the way that we should go forward. For example, look at Great Britain. With Brexit, I mean, I don't think they are better off now, because there are lots of turmoil going on in England, in Britain. So, you know, we have to be careful of what we hope for, and can we govern ourselves as a country with whole corruption and crime and all of these things. So to me, it is multifactorial, and we need to look deep into it and do the research and decide what's best for us as lawmakers.
Yeah, yes, I see. But I would like to ask you one question. For example, what is your preference? An executive president or a ceremonial president?
I would prefer an executive president, to be quite honest.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, those are some of the issues. That is among the issues that we have to deal with. But you know, one of the things that we have to be careful of. For example, as it stands right now, I hardly see where we are going to have any radical changes, because the division, this is a divided society. And one of the things that I know, that large numbers of Jamaicans, large numbers, both educated and uneducated, are not au fait with the Constitution. And therefore, it is going to take a lot of public education to get people, in tune with what we have and what we require. And with the division in the politics, with the both political parties, I hardly believe, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't see the kind of changes that I think are necessary after 60 years with the British Constitution. I don't see it. But let us see what happens and see young people like you, I am sure, must play a part, because you are the people who are going to be living with this, whatever the changes are. And therefore it is incumbent on the younger people to be upfront and to take hold of their destiny.
Yes, I definitely agree with you, and it is a topic that as young people have to take keen interest in.
Yes.
Because it can, it affect our children's future and the direction that Jamaica goes in.
Yes, sir. Yes, of course.
I'm definitely in agreement with you.
Yes. And on that point, as you say, because I just want to just go back a little on the area of agriculture, because one thing that is known, that St. Elizabeth is where we describe St. Elizabeth as the food basket, all right?
Yep.
Yes. And the existing mode of production, and I'm talking about agriculture, the existing mode of production right now, I think that is something that will have to be looked at carefully. How do we, as you said earlier, how do we make agriculture more attractive to young people? How do we use technology? For example, sir, one of the problems, talking to farmers across the country, one of the problems that they are facing, and this is right across the country, is pre-larceny. It is causing them a lot of problems. So I know, as you said, you'll be focusing on agricultural development in your constituency, and of course, from the moment it is it's the parish it is going to be impacted on. So probably you need to tell us some more about, like, for example, do you think, before I even go there, well, two things. You're aware of the Essex Valley water project, which is to be implemented, is in St. Elizabeth, so that should help with irrigation. And then do you think that, more emphasis should be placed on agriculture in schools, so as to get young people more au fait with agriculture?
Yeah, man. So the first point is, I'm very aware of the Essex Valley project. That's a huge project, and I really do hope it comes to fruition and it serves as many community and as much of the population as possible, whether it is implemented by PNP or JLP. But I'm really happy for that project,
Yes.
But so I hope that it comes off as how and as best as it should. The second point, that is a big issue that I always talk about in presentations, especially to young people.
Yes.
They don't teach agriculture, or they don't emphasize it as much in schools as possible. The only place that you can really get an agriculture degree, well, there are two. I think there is Nakalva Agriculture School It's in St. James, St. James.
Yes.
And the, as you know, case.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't make it attractive like it is a viable or a feasible career path. And that is a big problem I have with the secondary school and the tertiary level.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, at University of Technology or University of West Indies, they should offer degrees in agriculture, make people want to do it, just like how they promote medicine and law and engineering, you know. Agriculture should be up there being promoted as one of the premier degrees that you should do, because, to be quite honest, farmers, once you dedicate yourself to farming, it can make you a very very wealthy person, and they will not tell you that, but a lot of these big persons, they do farming.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in corporate Jamaica, you would be surprised how many people do farming, because, I mean, you have to eat, but not only eat, but it is profitable.
Yes,
so
sir.
Agriculture should be taught as a business, should be taught as a degree in most universities instead of just 2 universities. Just last week I was telling somebody if I knew of case or there was a degree, I would have done agriculture instead of what I did, because I love it and I'm very passionate about it.
Yes.
So I don't think we're doing enough to educate the population about agriculture or to offer them any degrees. So, for example, UWI, the only place you can do agriculture in UWI is UWI St. Augustine.
Yes, yes.
You know?
Yes.
So you have to go Trinidad, go to agriculture. Why you don't do it in Mona?
Yeah, why we don't do that? Because
why we don't do that and make it more attractive and say, listen, you can do agriculture there. Agriculture is a very wide cross section of areas that you can make money, serious money from, build serious wealth from.
Mm-hmm. Yes, of
so
course.
I don't think we're making it attractive to the young people. We're not bringing it across as an option, as a career option, because, you know, agriculture is associated with chopping cane and dirty clothes.
yes. And
which is from the colonial times.
Right. And farmers with cutlass and hoe.
Yeah.
Right. And
those days are far gone.
Yes, of course. Yes. So
look at Assassin now. I mean, sorry, Agent Sasko, he's setting up a nice eco farm tourism in St. Mary.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Like look at that, a big entertainer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I listened to one of his interviews. He said farming is hard work, but it's worth it.
Yes, of course. I mean, one of the issues that we have to deal with, sir, in Jamaica, is food security.
Yeah, man, food security.
Because this war between Russia and Ukraine has taught us some lessons. I don't know how many people are observing and learning from what is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the other issue that we have, and this is another big issue, is that we are spending over $1 million US. As a matter of fact, last year it was close to 1.5 million.
Yeah, man.
Billion, not million, billion.
Billion, or import billion.
Yes.
Billions a year.
Yes. And food.
And food, yeah, import and food is.
Yes.
No. So our food security is crazy.
Yes.
And when you look at it, I mean, we can't even supply those hotels on the North Coast, much less supply ourselves.
Right.
I don't know what it is going to take for us to really get it together. Because I was doing some research on a place like, for example, what's his name? Grand Palladium in Hanover.
Yes.
They use probably 3,000 eggs per morning for breakfast.
Uh-huh.
And that's just one hotel.
Yes.
3,000 eggs. So you can see, you know, we're not.
And therefore, one of the things for that is that our local egg farmers should be in a position to supply that.
Should be in a position to supply that instead of importing liquid eggs and whatever else.
Yes. Right. And even the liquid eggs, sir, that mean what is needed or where we have to be looking is that our egg farmers, they should be looking in that direction too. So to provide, in other words, what we have to do, we still will have to import some things, you know. We're not going
Yes,
to
man.
produce everything, right?
Yes, that's true.
Right. But there are some.
It don't have to be so much.
No, there are some things that we can dominate. We don't have to.
Yes.
And then we have to start looking at how we are going to address our productive capacity.
Yeah, man.
So for example, we egg farmers must start looking in the direction of producing liquid eggs.
Liquid eggs, yeah.
Yes. The other thing I see this week was that the milk production went up. That is good news, right? Because those are areas that we must look now how we can produce in order to reduce spending scarce dollars. Because it's US dollars we're talking about, you know, and our right. So we have to look at farming now, not only as an area to feed ourselves, but also as an area of earning foreign exchange. That is
foreign exchange.
Yes.
Imagine if we cut that food import bill by $500 million.
Oh.
That would be $500 million US circulating in our economy instead of leaving the country.
Yes, sir. Yes.
But you touched on a serious point earlier that we didn't expound on. It is pretty alarming.
Yes.
But it is a serious issue, you know, and being a farmer, it is really hard on farmers to spend all that money and then to the end of the crop to just lose it and don't make as much money or as profit as possible.
Yes.
So it is something that we really have to be serious about, and I think what we have to find is to use technology. We have to start using technology now to assist us with fighting predator loss. If we don't start using technology, and I think also we should make a specialized unit of each police division to deal with predator loss.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Because if we don't start doing things like those to mitigate predator loss, it's going to be hard for us, because that's why a lot of people don't get involved in farming too, especially small ruminants, you know, goat, cow, pigs. People are afraid. I mean, just the other day in St. Elizabeth, I saw a man with a big ram goat, and in really tight time outside, I'm room window. I said, Jesus and peace, look what we're going to, man. The man can't put him goat in the field.
Yes.
So we have to really make an effort into trying and solving this predator loss issue, because it is destroying a lot of hope for our farmers.
Yes, sir. Yes, certainly. So you are now. I would imagine that you are very active on the campaign trail now.
Yes, man. Very active. Very active everywhere. Most days are, either you're on the phone or you're on the ground, meeting and greeting people, attending church services, attending funerals, wakes, all the,
Yes.
visiting shut-ins, all of the above. That's an easy road.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yes. And the what has been the response of the constituents to you so far? I mean,
the response has been great, to be quite honest, because I am a local man. I'm a son of the soil, and I was educated, and I did not come back as I am high better than anybody. I remain humble.
Yes.
And socialize with everybody. So people like that, and they can relate to me, and definitely I can relate to them, because I know where they're coming from, and I can feel their pain. My father is just a citizen just like everybody else down in St. Elizabeth.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Yes. And as you said that you hope that you will emerge. It's three contestants?
Yeah, 3 of us vying for the position.
Okay. A female is among.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Her name is Miranda Wellington. She's a teacher from Black River High School.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Yes.
And the other person is Alvin. He's a guidance counselor at Fullerswood Primary School. I think I am.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Well, I want to wish you all the best. And let you know that this platform is available to discuss ideas. So we'll have you back. Certainly we'll have you back.
Yeah, man, definitely. And thanks for having me, and as much exposure as possible is always great, you know?
Yes, yes.
And thanks a whole lot. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. So you have a good day.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Richard, and you too.
Okay.
All right.
That was Mr. Matthew Parchment, and he's one of the contestants for that constituency in Southwest St. Elizabeth. You know, that's very interesting. That constituency was held by the late Donald Buchanan. Well, we are coming up next. We are going to be talking about, you know, our regular Wednesday program, which is food security. That will be at 4 o'clock. Well, let us go for a break now, and we will be back shortly. This is Rebel Radio.
With my nerves, blessed figure, not to mention the curls through the corner of her eye. She slowly observes.
Anytime she come around, something is about to go down. Listen to the siren sound. Wake up right now. Cause if I was to go to sleep, catch me dreaming of a way to creep. Trouble always seems to follow me. Oh, don't follow me now. I tried to tell her no, I already have a friend. She said nobody has to know. I've got to let her go. So I had to walk on by. She can't be my lover. She flashing me them pretty brown eyes. She can't be my lover. Though there's green grass on the other side, all I can say is hi. She can't be my lover. Give me a listen right now. Anytime she hear the beat, she be dancing right in front of me, trying to lure me in between the sheets. And I'm a man and I still get weak. I'll be down if I lose my girl. I'll be down if I don't touch her. Curiosity, it killed the cat. Oh, and I don't want that song. I tried to tell her no, I already have a friend. She said nobody
pass even if I try. I'm a bird in the hand, white chase one in the sky. Sexy female refuse to comply. She is an empress who want a star guy. Be receiving love but she can't satisfy. Would like to have my cake and even enjoy the pie. Politely decline like me shy. Only say me soft, come on, giving a try. Looking at me eyes with seductive eyes. Filled with deception, trouble and lies. And I don't want no more problems in my life. Ask me for me number. Said that we could enjoy the night. She wanna come over.
Tried to tell her no, no, no. I already have a friend.
Can you hear?
Oh, nobody has to know. But I've got to let her know. So I had to walk on by. She can't be my lover. Flashing me them pretty brown
baby, dance little more for me. Yeah. Oh yes, sir. I've been watching you across the room. Wish I could tell you how I feel. If I could get closer, a little bit closer, then I'd show you the deal is. All night I've been uptight, and then you're inside, and then I'm alright, cause you're so clean. If you know what I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms. Hey babe, on my shoulder. You need to be here in my arms. Hey, hey, hey. Don't let the waiting be too long. Can hardly wait a minute more. Say excuse to the crew you're with. Come feel rubbered up hardcore. Yes. All night I've been uptight, and then you're inside, and then I'm alright because you're so clean. If you know what I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms with your head on my shoulder. You need to be here in my arms. Yes, dance for the Lord. We dance there in the meantime. Dance for me, dance for me, baby. Do it like I'd love you to do. Dance for me, baby. Oh yeah. Oh, work of art, that's what you are. Any which way your body turns. Picasso, Michelangelo would war as to which one should own, yeah. Fulfilling what your body gave, yeah. It's enticing and not surprising that you're so clean. If you know what I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms, special lady. You need to be here in my arms. Rock me like that, baby. Dance for me, woman, dance. Oh yeah. Take me out of my world, put me into yours. Yes. Hey babe, I want you to dance, baby. Dance, baby. Dance for me, yes. I love you like that.
When I find that girl, all I could swear that girl will be the only one for me, the one that makes my life complete. Yeah, and when I find that girl, all I don't swear that girl, she'll be the one that conquers me. My love will take control of me. Yeah, would you be at one of my shows? Good love, it's almost like all of alone. No. Would you be in front of my face? Yeah. Good love, something that I wanna embrace. Yeah. I got a king size bed. makes my life complete. Yeah, and when I find that girl, I hold her down, I swear that girl, she'll be the one that conquers me. My love is in control of me. Yeah. Could it be my next door neighbor? Real love, I keep me on my best behavior. Yeah. Could it be my closest friend? Yeah. Real love, it can never be the same again. No. Got a fancy car, but no one's around with me saying that I wanna know your name right now. So when I find that girl, I lock her down, I swear that girl will be the only one for me, the one that makes my life complete. Yeah, and when I find that girl, I hold her down, I swear that girl, she'll be the one that conquers me. My love is in control of me. Yeah.
Expected turbulence. Empress, I'd like to get to know you. Believe me, I have so many things to show you. In righteousness, I want to grow you. Let me tell you this.
It was love at first sight when I saw you first night, and I knew from that moment that your thoughts and your deeds was golden. Goosebumps came all over me when I look into your eyes. You were so happy and free. I had to walk over and say, I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my side. I need your name and number and where you reside. Let's take a ride. I need your name and number and where you reside. Your beauty I just can't divide. I need your name and number and where you reside. Whoa. My name is Turbulence and Rastafari way me choose it. Occupation is singing and making music. My hobbies are reading and playing football, but most of all I like to have you when the rain no fall and give you sweet love when the nature call. The Rasta never bow, we always standing tall. Let's procreate, baby, do not stall. For your figure, miss enough man a ball. That's why I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my side. I need your name and number and where you reside. My feelings can't hide. I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my side. I need your name and number. You will be my first priority. That's a fact. Yo, that's a guarantee. In your arms is where I wanna be. Girl, you're perfect for me. Oh yeah. Please be my lady. Oh yeah. You drive the bingy crazy, crazy for you, only you. You turn my gray skies blue. I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my. I need your name and number and where you reside. Your beauty, I just get the vibe. I need your name and number and where you reside. I look into your eyes, you're full with pride. Filled with pride, yeah. I need, yeah. It was love at first sight.
them goosebumps came over me. Because I look into her eyes and you baby. Oh, in your arms is where I wanna be, yeah. Oh, baby, oh, baby. You drive me wild.
Crucial, yeah. Baby, this one is for you. Good morning. If you're not with me, then I'm calling. I need to know where you are. I would go anywhere you are. Yeah, yeah. Good morning. You know I'm tired of the calling. Baby, I need you 'cause I'm morning. Right now I travel to the stars. I'm tired of the late night news. I wanna call you when I wanna call you. What we did yesterday was old news. Wait a minute, please by the rules. It's just the way we live and the way we live, let's go. We just FaceTime in a picture, baby, let's go. Oh, boy, 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 boy. Take it by the rules. Telephone love, just that on me mind. Telephone love, some sweet on the line. Telephone love, just that on me mind. Telephone love, some sweet every time. Good morning, I see you miss my last calling. Right now I'm riding in my car, heading straight to where you are. Whoa, yeah. Good morning, yeah. I really needed this morning. Since the last call, I've been waiting for you to show up. Been chatting and people aren't sober. Tired of the late night news, yeah. Wanna call when I wanna call you. What we did yesterday was old news. Wait a minute, please, brother. It's just the way we live and the way we live, let's go. We just FaceTime in a picture, baby, let's go. Oh, boy, 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 boy. Take it by the rules. Telephone love, just that on me mind. Telephone love, some sweet on the line. Telephone love, just that on me mind. Telephone love, some sweet every time. Telephone love. Telephone love. Telephone love. Telephone love. Telephone love.
Yes, it's time for food security. Yes, that program on Wednesdays that we talk about food, agriculture. And we have a full panel with us today. JAS President, Mr. Lenward Fulton, JAS Parish Manager, Mr. Donald Robinson, and we have the acting CEO for the Agricultural Investment Corporation, Mr. Owen Scarlett. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Greetings.
Yes.
Greetings. Good afternoon, you can.
Yes, sir. Yes. Mr. Scarlett, are you there? Hello? Hello, Mr. Scarlett?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay, all right. Mr. Gentleman, you know, one of the news I got, and I hope all of you would have heard, the Minister of Agriculture 2 days ago telling us that domestic food production has declined by, I think, 20% when compared with the same period last year, and he is expecting further decline. Mr. Fulton, let me start with you. What do you make of that information?
Well, it could be correct because we have a very long drought,
yes,
and most of our crops would have suffered. Not to the same extent, livestock grew by nearly 3%.
Livestock?
Yeah, if you factor in poultry.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the drought, he said it was the drought condition. The drought condition is having a negative impact on agriculture.
It is indeed.
Yes.
But I think we need some more analysis.
Okay.
Because we do not know the performance of the land farmers on the irrigated land.
Yes. Yes.
So we need to look on that.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, what are you hearing from your farmers in St. Ann?
All right. It was a surprise to me as a farmer myself. I've been following the pattern from the latter part of last year, from November right up to April.
Yes.
And I've not seen here in St. Ann and other parts of Jamaica such a long drought period. And this has affected a number of our farmers, especially those engaged in vegetable production and a crop like Irish potato. I have established a few bags for myself, and the only thing I got out of it was some small seeds that I am planning to replant from summer.
Which crop was that, Mr. Robinson?
Irish potato.
Oh, Irish potato. Okay.
Yeah, which is a short-term start be a crop between November, December, January to February. That is the major planting season. Right?
Yes.
So, nobody catch the experience in the early stage. But just at the stage of tuberization, where they need extra moisture for the tubers to develop. There was no rain at all.
Okay.
It means, therefore, that plans will have to be put in place so that we can capitalize on the latter part of this year, starting to September, October, November. So I would say that for farmers that they need to start their land preparation so that they can catch up to the last few months of this year. As we speak, we have been having good showers over the last 3 to 4 weeks, and this has shown some increase in our production and productivity in the majority of our farming areas.
Yes.
And all these areas like the Doctor's Castle, Cascade, and all the areas. The farmers went in, put in their short-term vegetables, and this has been some form of bounce back from the fall that you suggested before.
Yes.
There might still be a decrease in the drip and the total drip for the upcoming quarter. But I'm sure that by the fall, we will be back up to where we were before drought conditions.
Okay. Mr. Scarlett, what have you been hearing from farmers?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes.
Again. And as we can be understood, the area that have to get the water, the production is basically up in those areas. The areas where we have the non-irrigation water,
okay,
those are the areas basically where we suffer a decline.
Uh-huh.
So if we look at the area that normally the well for us is agriculture, you're like New Pen, located in St. Mary, that was done due to the drought conditions.
Yes.
And also realize that only drought, but for us to light a number of fires that caused some of the production area. So fire was basically another factor. A number of persons through the dry season, lack of food material, they kept blue. So a number of the farmers suffer from cattle damage. Right. And also realize that the decline was also a number of farmers who really have the cash flow to basically replant early.
Yes.
But we know for the yellow area, they do very well in the onion production just around March here. But they delay the planting for the month of April. But in the month of May, they have picked up, and the month of May, they are basically picking up. So we expect indoor production basically to increase.
All right. That's not too bad at all. You know something that I have been, I know, for example, that FirstSun announced a price reduction in fertilizer about 2 weeks ago. But talking to some farmers in St. Elizabeth, they were telling me that they have not seen the increase. In other words, they were still talking about the high cost of fertilizer. Now, have you seen the decrease in fertilizer prices, Mr. Robinson, in your neck of the woods?
You know, to be truthful, I've not seen a decrease. You know.
Yes.
And not because I've not purchased any fertilizer for a while.
Okay.
And sometimes these increases, you know, might impact the price. But by transportation, delivery costs, and to the small farm store in the hill, the decrease might not be that great.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yeah.
I wanted to learn a little bit more about the drought though. And sustainable agriculture. We have to look at water harvesting as a solution for the long term. The climate change is real. And the only way the farmers can have sustainable production is by water harvesting. And here is not that you get a 1,000 gallon tank. That can do very little. We have to find ways and means how to help the farmers to create ponds, water ponds. I would say nothing less than about 5,000 gallons.
Okay.
You know? By creating using like a backhoe, creating an engine. And some farms have areas that you don't need to do a setting and find liner. And from there, you know, you could come to, you know, the 1,000 gallon water tank and do drip irrigation.
Mm.
But water harvesting,
yes,
storage is critical.
Yes.
As we face this climate change challenge.
Yeah. As you talk about ponds, Mr. Robinson, what about, why we don't look at the micro dams?
And those micro dams, there's another name for ponds, you know.
Yes.
They can also call it dam.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
even the greenhouse farmers, you know, number of them still struggle during the dry period.
Yes.
Because they don't really have that amount of water harvested and stored for the dry period.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Mr. Fulton. Yes, and you heard what Mr. Robinson said about the water harvesting.
Well, we need to improve a lot in that. You put microdam there and Mr. Robinson said pond, which is the same thing. But where we have a problem is that on the light soil, the bauxitic soil and so on, which is mostly in part of St. Elizabeth, Manchester, St. Anne, part of Hanover and so on. You would have to use pond line, which is pretty expensive. But it's something that I think we need a good program in to be supported by government so that they could return water and have some level of storage.
Okay, yes. So, gentlemen, and this is for all three of you now. How do you see the farming sector? What are your predictions? When you look, we have gone 6 months. We are in the 6th month of the year. How do you see agriculture performing this year?
It will be average, because the vegetables and all of that will come back into good production. And short-term crop like Irish potato and some might come back. But the long-term crops, such as the food-free crops and yams and cocoa, basheen, or sweet potato, the production will be low throughout the year.
Okay. Mr. Scarlett, what do you see happening?
All right, from where I sit and looking at the perspective, I expect the production to basically remain normal and there's an increase. We might not achieve the 22-23 financial year start, but we are based on the level of input that we basically put in and the number of markets that we need to drive, because the market help to drive production out there. I expect the Irish potato to basically return to in terms of increase in terms of increased production based on the rainfall pattern that we expect. As we know, the scientists are saying that El Nino is going to cause some serious effects, but we expect a normal hurricane season. So we are looking forward that we hear such as Portland that have banana and planting stand up very well. We expect that certainly Irish potato, and we also expect the bread basket here and sending the planting in terms of production here. And we're looking at plowing and field catching to basically rebound and have some level of increase in those areas.
Okay. Mr. Robinson? Hello, Mr. Robinson? Look as if we lost him. We lost Mr. Robinson. So, gentlemen, the situation with the farming community, as usual, we continue to get those negative, some good reports, but the farmers are still having problems with Pridia Lasny. And this is all across Jamaica. Every farmer that I have spoken to since I have started this program, that problem is on their table. President, what is the way out?
The President Lasny issue is a social dilemma, The minister that just left, Colonel Charles Jr., and the one that just came in, Clyde Green, they both agreed to put more boots on the ground to what you call wardens, farm warden, and so on. So let us see how that works. But I think you need greater surveillance of not only the farm animals and the crops, but the end users, people who are cooking cargoat every day. You should see to it that they show you the receipt for the food they are cooking. So if we can attack the end users in a civil way, not to destroy their businesses, but to say, show me your receipt, you will start to probably get some answers.
I see. You mean, do you mean going to restaurants and asking them to produce receipts? Is that what you're talking about, sir?
Exactly. Weddings and any ceremonial event. This thing is over $6 billion lost to farmers. All the shop breaking and supermarket breaking that you're hearing about, none of them rise to $6 million level.
Yes.
And they are on the news every day and have police circling them. We have to pay more attention to agriculture.
Yes. It is really, really a problem, I can tell you. And it is a disincentive too, because what I have no doubt that, people would want to go into farming, and especially livestock farming then. That turns them off.
Yes, man.
Yeah. Right? So
it's a disincentive. And let me ask you a question. If you were a banker, would you lend anybody money to raise goats? You wouldn't.
It would be a difficult decision because it is a high risk. It's an high risk area.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes. And so it's something that we have to address,
Yes.
Mr. Scarlett, you have any thoughts on that?
Well, yes, to come in and we're looking at some in terms of agriculture development continue to basically move in a positive direction. We have to see if we can utilize all the different legislation. We have to look at the warden. We have to put in some capital expenditure into security by building technology architecture. So basically, how we can continue to secure the production of the agricultural sector. And then we have to increase the fine for these persons because probably the fee is too low,
Mm-hmm.
As Mr. Fulton is saying, about 3 weeks ago, we were happened out in Settlement, where these guys just went in and just pick up this good farmer, and just illegal. So they are wrong funds because what is happening, they can sell the produce at the market price. They don't have to sweat, So again, we have some work to do. So we have to bring all the expertise together and see how we can basically find a solution for this problem.
Yes, of course. It is urgent. It is urgent, and something has to be done. Mr. Scarlett, what do you, based on where you are, so have you any new information for the farming community?
Well, somewhere I think we know we are all based on the ministry strategy in terms of what we want to continue basically in terms of storage is one of the critical factors. So I know they are bringing a consultant to work and a speaker with the storage to build a storage for farmer with a cold storage or dry storage.
Yes.
We continue to build out the Essence Valley irrigation project over here in St. Elizabeth and also in Southern China, which St. Catherine, we're doing our 2 irrigation projects, which is going to be critical to come on stream. We see last week the USDA launched a new project to develop turmeric and ginger. So we know we are partnering along with that. And no rather some initiative on the ground in terms of water catchment storage area that is critical to see that we can work along with the National Irrigation Commission. So some of those initiatives will be able to roll out in this financial year 23-24, which is basically critical for the agriculture sector to basically develop to enhance food security.
Yes. But, you know, gentlemen, both Mr. President and Mr. Scarlett, you know something that, well, I know both of you are aware of this. What are some of the plans? How can we get the farmers to, or get our agriculture to a point where it becomes a primary export? In other words, it becomes the sector that is a major exporter. What can be done so that we can reduce that $1 billion that we are spending to import food?
Well, some of what we import, we can't produce, you know.
Yeah, I know. We have to import food, you know. We know that.
We have to import.
Yes.
But we can do better.
Yes.
We can do better. And then again, we have to train our people to eat what we do. Why would a young person come up and buy rice over a piece of yam? I prefer flour to a piece of dashing. It has to do with our own training as to eat what we produce to save this economy from further collapse.
Yes. I saw one, I think the principal out by Case was saying that, that the students are refusing to eat locally produced food.
Well, it all depends on how the food is produced, how the food is cooked. If you feed them the food like what you feed to farm animals, they're not going to eat it. And that is what the students are saying.
Yes.
The food is not prepared properly.
Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, because I was concerned myself as to why Jamaicans would be refusing from eating locally produced food, because locally produced food, I believe, is serving all homes in Jamaica. And,
well, let me tell you, it all has to do how you present the food.
Yes.
If you have young people, they don't want to see a slice of yam or a slice of dasheen. But if you blend that up into a food that Africans call fufu, and you season that and decorate it, they will eat it.
Yes, sir. Yes, okay. So that is something we have to take into consideration too. Yes. How the food is prepared.
Yes.
Yes, I see. Gentlemen, let us take a break. Just hold it for us there. Let us take a break. Hold it for me, please. We are talking agriculture with JS President Mr. Fulton and Mr. Heverton Scarlett. Let us take a break.
Contact the tip line.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio, and we're talking agriculture. We lost Mr. Donald Robinson during the first. Mr. Robinson, are you back with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, yes. And while you were away, the whole question, there was a question of from where you sit, what can be done, or what are some of the things that you think that the farmers can do to increase production so that we can cut back on the amount of food that we have to import? And what are some of the crops that you think we can produce more of?
Oh, yeah. The ministry have I think about 9 crops with the target to increase it. To include tubers, like our yam, different varieties of yam. We have a massive market for crops like cocoa, dasheen. Can never leave without potato production, right? And we have been doing a really good job with that potato over the last few years as a import substitution. And onions, I think we're about 20-25% in terms of our overall production now. The vegetables are on their own, they are holding their own, right? We have crops like sweet potato, which is a large market overseas for, and the local consumers have seen it as a miracle crop in terms of the health issue, right? I think we can do a little bit more work with Red Sea. We might not be able to decrease the amount that are imported overnight. But I know we're coming from in the 60s and 70s in terms of red peas in prices like Manchester and Central. So I think that's a crop we can put back on the agenda as a follow-up crop to crop like Irish potato. What I mean by a follow-up crop, when that crop with Irish potato is reaped out, then you could come in with a crop of red peas. That would already have some level of land preparation. And even the residue fertilizer that is there from the Irish potato crop production help to bring your red peas crop.
Yeah.
The corn is on the front burner for a long while. I still think we need to do some work on it to see how productive it is. And if we can go into the animal feed market, we would need drying facilities and all of that. Right?
What market? The animal feed market?
Yeah.
Okay.
That again, we can make a big dent overnight. But if we can produce even 10 or 15 to 20% of that, well, we know, it would be money saved here.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes. Well, Mr. Scarlett, what about onions? Can we, based on what you have seen, can't we produce more onions?
Well, if we can produce more, we have the relevant infrastructure because water and land and water management is critical in doing onion production.
Yes.
The areas that can do onion production, if we spend more time in terms of working with those stakeholders, we can increase production within those areas.
Yes.
As I mentioned, the import bill, if we look at the import bill and we can dissect it, we know that animal feed is a large percentage of that in terms of the corn and soybean that comes in.
Yes.
We know the hotel industry tends to import a lot of some fruits and vegetables. Meat, alcohol, basically plays a very important part in that food import bill.
Yes, yes. Yes,
so
of course.
Yeah, we can target in doing our best, like in terms of our cabbage, lettuce, carrots. We can target those areas and, our broccoli and so forth. We can cultivate more of those products.
Yes. So vegetable, we can do better with vegetables, onions, you know,
Yeah, man. Food and vegetable, we can do, yeah, we can do a lot.
tubers.
Right.
Yes. But we might not be able to do much. Well, at the moment, I doubt it very much that we can do anything about meat at all. Mr. Fulton, because the cattle industry is down.
Yeah, but remember, we do not have to grow ruminants and any grains, you know. We just need improved pasture with high quality grass.
Yes.
And this is a major project that government need to undertake.
Yes, yes. Okay, yes. Because
right.
I can recall, and many of us can recall, the work done by the late Dr. T.P. Lecky.
Yes.
Right, and other local scientists. So we can do more to improve on our cattle production.
Yeah, but the fact is that over a couple of years now, they have been doing some work with embryo transplant and artificial insemination.
Yes.
I recently attended what they call a imminent family inheritance. And what I saw in terms of the offspring through those two technologies that I just mentioned
Yes.
has been very, very good.
Yes.
Right? So, the using high-level science, and you heard is one way, but we have to look into technology now we can use it to upgrade our animals. And you speak not only of cattle, but we can look at it for good production also. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of buying a book for 800 and buying out $1 million. We have to see how we can incorporate technology into the production.
Yes, yes. Well, for example, that the market for mutton is a very huge one. And I am sure that, and we spend a lot of money importing mutton. I'm sure that we can do better there too. But we have issues with pre-elastic that will drive away potential investors in that area, right? The other thing is that, and I know we have spoken about this already, Mr. Fulton.
Yes, man, I'm here.
Yes, and this whole question of access to land, that continues to be an issue. Do you see any headway for?
Well, there's hardly any headway, you know.
Yes.
Because the portfolio of land is so divided. You have SCJ, you have AIC, you have National Land Agency. You have too many entities. Now you have Ministry of Mining, which have some land portfolio. So such an important land issue is scattered too much all over the place.
Yes, yes, I can see that. So that becomes an issue because I was talking to one of the farming JAS representative last week, and he was talking about out in Westmoreland that there were issues out there with farmers accessing land, you know.
There is.
Yes, and so, but you are saying that there are too many agencies dealing.
In my
with
view, there are too many agencies. They said too many rats, big bad hole.
Okay, yes, I can see. Yeah.
What we are doing for the land, you know?
Yes.
Is we are going and working some agro-investment. We are now trying to do an MOU with SCJ holding in terms of land. We are also doing an MOU with National Land Agency. We also have Jamaica Backside Institute. We also have our ministry now. So We're going to work a collaboration in terms of partnership and see how we can get the land out of those farmers out in the deep over there. So the benefit from social economic development going forward. So we know we have to sit at the table and see how we can get tackle this problem and find a solution for it.
Yes.
So we are trying to use some MOU and see how we can work so we can leave sublease this land to farmers.
Okay. Mr. Robinson?
Yes, man, I'm here.
Yes. You tell me, your farmers out in St. Anne, are they having problems accessing land in St. Anne?
Well, the land issue is a serious problem all around. But in St. Anne here, it's not so much so young people there. But I think what caused what that problem in St. Anne is the mining.
The mining?
Yeah. Some of our major farming districts over the years has lost some of their land due to mining. Although some of these lands are reclaimed and the website companies, food beer and all of that, they have greenhouses for the number of farmers. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So the land is what I would say, a limited resource. And when you lose any, by any means, and I meant mining, the land will re-multiply itself. And St. Anne really have a large spread of urban land in the first place. It's mountainous country. Most of what we do on our country.
Mm-hmm. Yes. For as you said that, for example, I know in the district that I am from, I know that was an agricultural district, the main source of living there. And one of the things that when I am talking to the people there, the farming has declined because for mining, people have sold land to the bauxite company, and they have gone in and mined some of the best land. So what is left there now and are holes in the ground because the land, nothing has been done to restore the land. So farming is no longer a major source of living in that part of St. Anne.
Where?
You're with me, Mr. Robinson?
Yeah, man, I'm here. Yeah, I heard you say that farming is not a major source of income in St. Anne, and I think that's true.
No, I'm not talking to the entire parish. I'm saying I'm talking about one district that is my district where I came from.
Oh, okay.
Right, and I'm saying that that is what has happened over there. I'm not talking about the entire parish. But tell me something. The lands, the company is supposed to restore land that was mined. Is that being done? The bauxite company I'm talking.
Yes,
yes. Have they restored land that was mined? I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm going to some level.
Oh, I see. And those lands are being used by farmers now?
I mentioned that before.
Yes.
That they use it for livestock development.
Okay.
Whereas I use for greenhouse production.
Yes.
And through the bauxite company and places like JBI, they have built a number of greenhouses in most of the mining area.
Yes.
And one of the good things with here is that they have created these greenhouses, that they put them in substance, and they have water harvesting funds that can supply the greenhouse.
Yes. Yeah. But, Mr. President, what is going to be done to get our farmers to start using technology to improve production? How are we going to get more of our farmers going in that direction?
We have to do it through training and offer them loans to purchase the technology. Remember, technology is not free, you know.
Yeah, I know.
So, and we don't have a proper loan program to buy the equipment to make them more technologically advanced.
Yeah.
And old-time technology like a tractor, farmers can't get to use.
Why?
Okay.
They can't afford to pay for the service?
They can't afford to pay for it.
Yes. Yes, that is not good news. But the agriculture ministry rather provide tractors, I understand, in some.
That's purely tokenism. The amount they provide is good, but you can't have a dozen tractors for a whole country.
No.
So I don't think we should go in the direction of depending on rather to provide tractor. It's a private enterprise initiative where we should have a private-public partnership with some people with government, and they buy the tractor and they pay back the government over time, and we'll get the service at the tractor for a reasonable cost. That's what is needed, not to buy a few tractors or rather. Those are for news items.
Yes. Okay. Well, gentlemen, we just have to see what can be done, how we can do it. All three of you, give me your final comments, because we are very close to the end of the time.
My final comment is really that we should not aim so much an increase in production based on the availability of land, arable land, but to see how we can utilize what we have to increase our productivity. And this is where the word technology comes in. I am very excited in some products for a number of our companies on the market as we see. Fertilizer, nutritional products that you can run to your crop.
Yes.
That even if you are going to a drought spell, you know, you don't really have to use that amount of material. The nutrition goes straight into the plant instead of using like and fertilizer.
Okay.
And I think what we need to do is to have what I call partnership with all members who are in the sector. The farmers, the ministry, rather input suppliers, our cultural institution like our research station like body. All of us need to work together to ensure that half acre land that the farmer has, he can maximize his output from it.
Okay. Mr. Scarlett?
Yes, so in terms of my close, I would say we have to work more close together. We have to have collaboration to basically share the same development goal going forward, because we have a number of experts locally can get the job done, but we have to work together more close in terms of showing that high level of leadership to really get the sector going. We have some level of issues, but we can overcome those by providing some problem solving, and the job can be done, but it can be done by integration. I would say getting the technology, utilizing the land to get the best production and productivity going forward, getting the market, because the market is critical, because the market is like dry production. So look at the Caribbean and the Jamaica policy doing. They are using market to drive their production. So and they get the farmers that question. Our farmers tend to work as individuals. We need to get them into groups, develop society or cooperatives, where we can have better strength and get better support for them. And our JS is on the ground doing their work, but everybody has to come together and work on the same place.
Okay. All right, sir. Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what are your final comments?
The first one, I hope that the government will take a decision to see agriculture as important. Presently, it is not the first fourth priority of government. It is not in their priority.
Okay.
It falls way down the line behind tourism, BPO, the financial sector, and their interpretation of technology. And then agriculture is way down there. So we need a government that will take it seriously.
Okay.
Secondly, we need a program right now for adult male farmers between the age of 35 and 75. Because all the programs that are coming on stream are for women and youth, which I agree to. But you are marginalizing the farmers who own the land, who have money to farm. There is no program for them.
Okay,
More
sir.
than if they run into a little trouble, you tell them about production incentive. A real farmer do not want any production incentive money because it's pork barrel money,
yes.
full money.
Okay.
So you need a program, and programs like giving them more land, who need land, giving them input supplies, and so on. Hiring in rather the various specialists, a banana specialist, a grass specialist, a cattle specialist, so that these people can feed into these specialists, and these specialists can educate the area extension officer. Those are the things that we need to do. Instead of fooling around giving people 1 pack of spray and 1 pound of seed, that's a poverty-driven program, and we should be going out of that now.
Okay. Want to thank you, gentlemen. I want to thank you very much, the President of the Jamaica Agricultural Society, Mr. Leonard Fulton. I want to thank the JAS Parish Manager of St. Ann, Mr. Gerald, Mr. Donald Robinson, and also Mr. Owen Scarlett, the acting CEO for the Agricultural Investment Corporation. Gentlemen, thank you very much. And you know that we will talk again. Yeah. That was food security, and that's a program we use to keep our viewers and listeners informed on what is happening in agriculture. Well, we are now coming up to 5 o'clock when we should be having the leader of the opposition. Okay, let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Get your home ready for summer!
Tools coming in hot.
With a whole heap on your arrivals and specials!
Everything for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
In fact, for every space.
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles.
Windows, doors, and much more.
We have it all. Saving.
Come shop now! Big time sale at Tools Hardware.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hearts.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69. And there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact.
Do it for your best life. Wait. Go check your HIV status. Wait. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me I tell yourself do it for you, do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom, coulda Ozzy, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan. Do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Do it. Don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life. Wait.
Yes. Welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and we have with us now the leader of the opposition, Mr. Mark Golden. Good afternoon, Mr. Golden.
Afternoon, Desmond.
Yes, sir.
Nice to be on your program.
Yes, and I want to thank you very much for taking time out to be with us.
Yeah, man. Well, it's a pleasure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And, where must I start? Well, first of all, I want to start by asking you, the two last public opinion polls show that the PNP had gathered momentum, and it was now on the way to lead. Now, I want to ask you, you have been, I have seen you on social media where you are going around the country. How are the people responding to you out there?
Well, I find people are very positive. When I go on the ground and visit communities across Jamaica, the people come out and, I meet and greet them, and people are always willing to, share a conversation, shake my hand. They often say words of encouragement, and so I think it's very positive, Desmond. Generally speaking, I mean, I can't tell you that, everybody who I meet on these tours is necessarily a PNP supporter. Yeah. I don't ask them that, but, they are always willing to, have at least a greeting, and sometimes you have an opportunity to have a conversation, and they tell me what their feelings are and about, what's happening in the country. And, sometimes they have advice for me, or sometimes they have things that they'd like to see more of or less of or whatever.
So it's just an opportunity to really let the people know me a bit, because I'm relatively new to representational politics. I have only been an MP since November 2017, which is not really that long ago.
No.
And we had the pandemic in the middle, which really was 1.5 years where movement was more, restricted and so on. So I have had to really try and make an effort to get out there and let the people see me and have an opportunity to. And people are always saying, "Boy, you look different in real life than on television and all that," So people like seeing you in person and like the opportunity to actually say, have a one-on-one experience. So I don't think there's anything that really beats that type of politics, as I say, pressing flesh,
Yes, and meeting the people. But
That's
tell me
right.
something. What are some of the what are the people talking to you about? I would like to know what are they telling you?
Boy, they're tired of this government. People are fed up. I think, this government has been in office now since 2016. So, it's over 7 years. That's quite a long time to be governing a country. And things have been difficult. The cost of living has been harsh on the people for about 2 years now. And there have been numerous situations where people's rights have been disrespected, whether it be in knocking down homes of, vulnerable people like, single mothers with children, or, how they implemented the Road Traffic Act, and a lot of things that people are just very upset about. This whole salary issue where the government awards themselves essentially increases of over 200% in a time when the police and the teachers and the correctional officers and the nurses and so on were given very modest increases, and they definitely felt that they didn't see equity in that. And so it's bizarre really that our government would, knowing that these critical professionals that the society relies on and who we need to motivate and encourage, to stay in the country and help to build our nation, when they are not feeling good about what has been done with them, for the government to go award themselves this massive increase, it just shows a lack of awareness, I think, self-awareness, and a sort of insensitivity to the feelings of the public. And that, we hear people talking about those things. So it's a range of complaints. And then, of course, people want road often. We've seen a lot of investment in highways, but the roads that people drive on in their communities or to get in and out of their communities are often in a terrible condition.
Yes, of course.
Scheme roads are, a lot of people live in housing schemes, and those roads are often in a deplorable condition. Water supplies are another issue. Sometimes people, they don't get water. Some have been to communities where the tanks which were put in place are not receiving water, so they're not getting water out the tanks. So those are the kind of issues that people complain about.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I'm sure that you are relatively new to politics, but one of the issues, and this is a very long one, is landlessness in Jamaica. Now, I would like to hear from you what the PNP plan to deal with providing land for the landless in this country. You know that we have close to over 1 million people who they say are squatting. What plans do you have to address that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, the most serious attempt to deal with that was really, I would say, in the 90s, going into the following decade under Operation Pride, where I think some 50,000 persons were regularized. But there are a number of those projects which were not finished because of the controversy which surrounded it, and subsequent governments have kind of washed their hands of it. So I am committed to completing the Operation Pride schemes that are there, so that persons get their titles, that the infrastructure is finished, and those communities are upgraded to what was originally intended. And then in other areas where we have communities that have been have been long-standing communities, where we have intergenerational occupancy of land, but for one reason or another, they aren't titled and they don't have security of tenure. We intend to address those issues and to ensure that those persons get through. They may, Operation Pride model was a good model. It was unfortunate that from a governance perspective there were some weaknesses, but the basic concept was sound,
yes,
which was to organize the people into a community with an industrial and provident society, an organization that they control, and then the government would help with the infrastructure, and they would get time to buy the lots and at a modest cost, really, that would reimburse the infrastructure development cost that was put in. And this is the kind of thing we want to.
So you plan to resurrect Operation Pride? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm not. We probably won't call it Operation Pride. We will, we'll make modifications to learn from the mistakes that were made. But the basic concept of providing solutions for persons who are living on land for long periods of time and need to have security of tenure, so that they can, the ownership of their home is something that they can leverage to improve the future for themselves and their families. It's very, very important. I mean, some of the schemes I've been to, it is absolutely remarkable what people have been able to do in terms of the quality of the homes that they've built and how nice those communities are. I mean, I remember one in St. Thomas. Its name escapes me right now, but it was absolutely fantastic. And I went to one in Portland as well.
Yes.
I mean, the roads were deplorable, but the houses were magnificent. And so people, Jamaicans will invest in their homes, and they will improve them over time. And they just need to have a mechanism that facilitates them making that investment, and that is kind of people-friendly,
Yes.
And we intend to be a people-friendly government because we need to bring some more justice to the people. And, the system in Jamaica too often works against the people. Often the rules and the requirements are just too difficult for them to surmount. They don't understand what is required of them. The communication is often poor and so on. We need to really focus on people-centric, people-friendly solutions that enable, especially those who are less fortunate, in terms of lower income and so on, that we give them every support we can. And certainly when it comes to land, we intend to have a very progressive policy around that.
Okay. Okay. Well, Mr. Golden, you also know, and all Jamaicans, and I'm sure you have encountered this during your travels, the crime problem, sir, the crime problem.
Yes. Oh, gosh, yes.
Yes. Now, I see where you made some announcements about what your thoughts are and, how you would address the problem. But could you tell my listeners and viewers, what are your thinking? How do you think we must, what we must do in order to bring some order in the country?
I think it needs to be a multifaceted approach, a balanced approach. So you need to, first of all, deal with law enforcement and ensure that the police and the military have the necessary tools to do their job. And I'm not just talking about things like vehicles and equipment, telecommunication equipment and so on. That's part of it. But also legislative, the rules and the laws that enable them to be effective. And, one needs to constantly be looking at ways of improving that. And so that's one angle. But the more sustainable angle is looking at the causes of crime. And we have a problem where we have an education system from early childhood development right through to secondary, where we're not delivering outcomes that reflect the investment that the society is making. So you have high numbers of young people coming out of school with nothing to show for it in terms of subjects, and not able to go on to go to tertiary education and so we need to fix the education system. We need to fix the primary school system and the early childhood, level it up. We want to have, I think, the best primary school education in the region. We want Jamaica to be a place where when our children leave primary school, they are ready for secondary school. They can read them, they can write, they can do arithmetic, and they can think critically and express themselves. And unfortunately, we have 30 to 50% of primary school children who are not able to do that when they finish primary school. And it's those children who go on to secondary school, they're not ready for it. They can't manage the curriculum. There's no adequate remedial process in place. And so they end up leaving school eventually, and they find it very difficult to make their way in life. And those are the same ones who often end up getting into the types of problems in terms of crime and violence that plague the society.
Yes.
So we need to focus on that. We also need to focus on trying to train and certify as many people as possible. We need to get into the communities where we have a lot of tradesmen who are uncertified and go and find them and set up structures and mechanisms that will allow them to get certified. Maybe they won't be able to attend classes at a heart facility, but maybe they can show, be invigilated and show that they have those skills, and we can certify them. We did something like that in Trenchtown recently, where there was a wall that had been damaged in some bad weather a few years ago, and the Ministry of Education eventually made the money available to fix the wall.
Yes.
And we got a lot of local tradesmen who are not certified to do the job, and Hart was brought in and so on and watched the work and was able to certify, I think, about 12 people who while they did that job of fixing the wall. And so we need to do more of that kind of thing to get as many people, because when you're certified now, it opens a whole new vista of opportunities to get jobs where, more formal jobs where people require evidence that you have certification of your skills. So in terms of crime and violence, we need to focus on the pipeline that is feeding the problem, and that is through the education and training system of the country, starting at the very early level and coming right through. Then now, we need to get back to focusing on what we can do at the community level to deal with problems of reprisals and so on. The Peace Management Initiative, which was started, I think by Dr. Peter Phillips when he was Minister of National Security, and continued by Peter Bunting when he was Minister of National Security. It's a useful institution because it identifies individuals in communities where there are issues with crime and violence, and finds those people who have the respect of the community, know the dynamics, as they say, on the ground, and who trains them to become violence interrupters, and then supports them when there's a problem, so you can address it early, so you don't get the spiraling of reprisals, which is really a source of a lot of the killing in the country.
Yes, sir.
And that program has been abandoned by this government and defunded. And I think that's a tragedy, really, because it should be supported. And it needs to be brought onto a national level, because it was essentially started in the corporate area. I think it's done some good work in St. Catherine at times as well. And it needs to become an island. It needs to cover all areas in the country which need that kind of thing. And similarly, Unite for Change, that was a program which sought to bring the church. The PSOJ is trying to replicate something like Unite for Change now with what they call Project STAR, which is essentially going into communities, supporting opportunities to deal with, training, mentorship, job placement, getting people ready for work, and all of the supporting things around that will help to get a community, back on its feet, so to speak, and give people a chance to get into the workplace and off of the road and so on. And you bring in, support from the churches and NGOs, and you make it a kind of all hands on deck effort. This is important. I commend the private sector for Project Star, but it really needs to be the government, the state needs to get behind this, because they're only able to do it in relatively few communities, whereas it is needed in many communities. So that we need to ramp that up as well. So, and when on the law enforcement side that I mentioned first, there are things like, laws that enable persons who are seriously, on which there's credible intelligence but not yet evidence to charge, where you provide a procedure which will allow the law enforcement to focus on them. And I would say what I have proposed is a court-supervised process which allows somebody to be detained based on credible evidence. And over a period of time, they can be kept in custody until they're charged, but there's a constant review on a fortnightly basis of how the case is progressing. And if at the end of, I had said 6 weeks of that, there is no sufficient evidence to charge, then you'd have to release them. But it would allow the law enforcement to focus, spearfish on those people who are creating havoc in the society and build cases against them without them being present in the community, where they can intimidate and so on and prevent people from coming forward with evidence and deal with that.
That is detention without charges, right?
On a court supervised for a limited period of time, where there's credible intelligence that this person is a major threat to life in the community, as opposed to states of emergency, which is like a net where everybody's rights are suspended, anybody can be detained without charge and for the duration of the state of emergency, which has really failed because the state of emergency is not focused on holding anybody accountable for their conduct. It's not focused on building cases and charging people and getting them, through the court system, and to the extent that they're guilty, they get punished accordingly. It is just a mechanism for detaining people without charge for a period of time, yes. And so it's not providing any sustainable solution. And we can see it in the statistics, because the average number of murders per year in this country now is roughly 25% higher than it was in the 4 years of the last PNP government. And we were able to bring that murder rate and maintain it at substantially lower levels then, without without using states of emergency, and also reducing police fatal shootings, which were reduced by 50% then as well. So,
Mr. Golden, I want you to back up a little. For the last one of the things that we have in Jamaica, for the last 20 years, every year for the last 20 years, we have killed over 1,000 Jamaicans. Over 1,000 Jamaicans have been murdered in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Now, this is totally unacceptable.
It is.
Yes. And both governments have presided over this.
Yes, but but some have done better at trying to address it than others. And and the data I'm quoting to you indicate that the last PNP administration was doing a better job at managing it. Hadn't reached where we wanted it to reach, but you have to also realize that those 4 years were when we were in the deepest fiscal challenge that the country has faced, and where the resources available to the government were really focused on trying to get us out of a financial hole that the country was in and put our national debt on a sustainable path and bring it down and so on. So the resources that were available then were for national security, for example, were significantly less than they are now.
Yes.
And there's a lot more that can be done by good policy and effective management.
Yes.
And that is where I think we're lacking. So, but as I said, it's not just a question of law enforcement that and hard policing and using the military in support of the police and so on, though there is a role for that and it's necessary at times.
Mm-hmm.
But you also have to deal with the causes of crime.
Yes,
and try and solve that.
Right.
Yeah.
So you
and the good thing about that, Desmond, is that when you attack the causes of crime and you deal with your human capital, so to speak, the people of the country and those who in particular are vulnerable and need to have the best possible chance in life, you're also not just dealing with the crime problem, but you're also dealing with the productivity of the country.
Yes.
And making those people productive citizens, which will help achieve higher levels of sustainable economic growth.
So what
and you need to create a virtuous circle, where you have, instead of people going into criminal activity, you have them going into productive, lawful activity. And you make the environment as positive for small business as possible. Make sure the bureaucracy is friendly to entrepreneurs and it's friendly to the users of the bureaucracy. And you train your people appropriately so that what you're training them is in things that are what the economy needs and is going to need in the foreseeable future. You're fixing your primary school and early childhood system so that your children have the best possible chance to make it in life. And you're going to see the country moving in a very positive direction if you can do all of those things. And that is what I am committed to trying to do, because if we stay on the path that we're on now, we're not going to see crime coming down. We're not going to see the education system improving. And we're going to see a continuation of Jamaica underperforming and we shouldn't be that. We're a great nation. We have talented people that, perform with excellence in so many areas of life, both here and internationally.
Yes.
But we just haven't got some of the important things that need to be addressed and not being addressed.
No, we are at this moment, the country, we are in the process of looking of severing relations with the monarchy.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
What is I recall that in the 90s, well, let me just ask, what is the PNP's position on, for example, the executive presidency? Is the PNP, I see both the PNP and the JLP now talking about a ceremonial president. Now, what would you like to see, or what is the PNP position on creating a new constitution, a new Jamaican constitution?
Yeah. We are in favor of an executive presidency. That has been the position of the PNP, as I understand it, from inception, to be honest.
Yes.
But one has to be realistic when it comes to these matters. And by that I mean, you have to realize that we have a constitution now, and it's a constitution that has certain hurdles that if you're going to amend certain things in the constitution, you have to be able to overcome those hurdles in terms of support in Parliament and support by the electorate. And we, out of the constitutional reform process of the 90s and the first decade of this century, we realized that the Jamaica Labour Party were not in favor of an executive presidency. And because we thought it is very important to decolonize, because it's ridiculous that Jamaica, given our history, given our people, and how much time has passed since independence, it is absolutely unacceptable that we are still under the British monarch as our head of state, and the monarch's court is our final court of appeal, a court which arose out of the slavery era, coming out of that, and so on. So, we said, all right, in order to make progress with decolonization as a first step, we would join with the and try and find consensus around what type of presidency would be instituted first. And the idea was we could move to a presidency which was essentially, I know the word ceremonial is used, but it's a bit more than that. Yeah. There is a ceremonial element to it, but there's also an important element of being an arbiter, as it were, of neutrality, of independence, and of objectivity around choosing critical positions and certain boards, certain commissions, and certain offices, which are very sensitive and very important. The president would have a role in identifying those persons. And so that's a very important role, and that's why it's so vital that that president be somebody who has the trust and confidence of the society as a whole. And, so the mechanism for how you choose that president is very important. But ultimately, we would like to get to the point where we completely reframe our constitution around an executive presidency, because the benefit of an executive presidential system, I think, is that it enables talent to come into government, which is not necessarily having to go through the parliamentary route. And I think that's an important thing, that, in Jamaica, not everybody is willing, who's prepared to serve in government, is willing to become, a parliamentarian. Now, I think it's important there be a balance at all times, because it's also important that the people who are in the government are accountable to the people for that. But there's a balance that can be struck. Guyana, for example, have a very interesting system. They have a presidency. They have an executive presidency within a parliamentary system.
Yes.
They have a prime minister who is like the number 2 and who sits in parliament and is responsible for the government's parliamentary affairs as well. But the head of the government and the CEO of the country is a president.
Yes.
Who is, yes. And I think that is a model that we ought to look at. But, I want us to achieve decolonization, because I think it's important that we wean ourselves finally from the monarch. But it's not just a question of who's the head of state. The question of where a final court is vital, because in a practical terms, that is actually more important, because right now, you have a Privy Council which sits in London, and it's very difficult for people to take their cases there. It's very expensive, and you can't even go there without a visa, and your lawyer can't go there without a visa. And, the cost of retaining a Privy Council agent and, in London and so on, it's way out of reach of most Jamaicans. And we have the Caribbean Court of Justice, which was set up 15 or so years ago, and which has built a fine reputation for, independence, for scholarship, and for erudition, and delivering good judgments, sound judgments in law. And it is well structured. It has a trust fund, which Jamaica contributed its share of at the outset.
Yes.
So it doesn't rely on any budgetary support from any government. The court is independent of that, and because of the trust fund that was put in place. And there's a regional judicial services commission which ensures that the judges are not chosen through politics, but are the quality judges, And that is why the court has built a reputation for sound jurisprudence over the years that it has been operating.
Right.
And, it started off with relatively few islands acceding to its jurisdiction as a final court. All of the CARICOM countries accede to its jurisdiction as the court that determines any dispute under the Treaty of Chaguaramas, which is the treaty that governs the CARICOM arrangements. But in terms of a final court, we now, have Barbados is there, Guyana is there, Dominica is there, Belize is there, and St. Lucia recently joined. And, we feel strongly that it's time for us to move to the CCJ, which is much more accessible to our people. The court moves around. It can sit in Jamaica. And when it comes to Jamaica, not at a cost to our taxpayers or our litigants. It uses audiovisual processes so that you don't have to go. It's headquartered in Trinidad, but you don't have to go there for most of the processes of the court. And because it's more or less in the same time zone, it lends itself to audiovisual processes being effective, whereas London is 6 hours ahead, and that makes it much more difficult to schedule those. Right. So from a cost perspective, from an accessibility perspective, there's free movement of people guaranteed under the Treaty of Chaguaramas. You don't need a visa to go to Trinidad or to travel anywhere in CARICOM, if you're a CARICOM national like Jamaicans are. So we believe that it's important that we accede to that jurisdiction. In fact, I spoke to the Prime Minister about this yesterday, and I said to him, look, I want to meet with him because I want us to see if we can agree a path forward for this constitutional reform, because I see it kind of stalling. And, and it's going to be a problem because we really don't want a piecemeal approach at this stage in our history in terms of moving away from the monarch. We want to have full decolonization now.
Yes.
And that means, having a Jamaican as our head of state and having the Caribbean Court of Justice as our final court. And in terms of the form of presidency, we are prepared to look at that as something that can be done in stages. We don't think the initial step of having this president essentially replace the governor general is a final step. But we're prepared to take it in steps in order to achieve something rather than nothing. That is a position that we have taken so far.
Okay. I see where you, the party, there were some rumblings in candidate selection, like, for example, over in St. Catherine. There was some noise out in Westmoreland. A few rumblings. How is that? How are you dealing with that?
Well, we're a Democratic Party, and they were accustomed to persons being able to contest if they want to contest for positions in the party, and sometimes it gets a little bit too exuberant and what have you. But overall, we're making good progress with the candidate selection. We're going to be resolving another one this coming weekend, which is a selection conference in Southeast St. Anne. The following weekend after that, I believe Northeast St. Elizabeth is going to be dealt with. And we have a number of them where, it may not be necessary to have a contested selection conference because we have only one person who has put themselves forward and so on. So it is a process which the National Executive Council, the NEC of the party, has identified the steps, and we've been trying our best to apply those faithfully. And it's always going to have its little bumps along the road because not everybody is going to be happy with the outcome of a particular choice if they don't get their choice. But at the end of the day, people have to understand that once the process has been followed, they must rally behind whoever is successful and put the interest of the country first, and that entails putting their party first. Yes. And if they're a member of our party, so that we can achieve government. And so I just call on all of our supporters and all of our party members to just at the end of the day allow the process to be followed, and whatever the outcome may be, accept the result and rally behind the person, because that is what is necessary in a democratic party.
I see where the PNP is saying roll it back. I'm talking about the salary. That is the official PNP position, that the government should roll back the salary increases?
Yes, that's the position of the party, which I have articulated on more than one occasion, and I'm maintaining, because I think it was unprincipled and inappropriate for the government to have gone the way it did. And I personally, I don't have power to make them roll it back. They would have to be pressured to do that. And and there has been some pressure brought, but they have not yet relented. And in fact, the retroactive was paid to the parliamentarians and ministers last Friday. I saw it in my bank account, but I have given a personal commitment that I would not keep more than 20% of my increase. Yes. And I am implementing that commitment as we speak. So that, that is something I'm going to stick to. But I believe that the whole thing should be reconsidered by an independent panel who can look at the need for equity in the public sector. We can look at what comparable jurisdictions are, other countries, in other words, are paying ministers and members of parliament, and how the relative wealth of our peers relative to us and what we can afford and what we can justify, and come up with a recommendation rather than have Mhm.
So a future PNP government would roll back these salaries?
I have already said that when we form government, we will appoint an independent committee to look
Okay.
at it afresh, and whatever they recommend, we will abide by.
Okay, all right. No, Mr. Golden, there are some other issues. When you look at the current situation of the country right now, where we are in terms of everything, what are some of the fundamental changes that the people can expect from a future PNP government?
Well, there's a wide range. Our focus is going to be on what I think are the fundamental challenges facing Jamaica. I don't think Jamaica's problems are primarily to do with economics, in the sense that I think over the last, I would say, since 2013 really, we have understood and have implemented good macroeconomic management, and we have put the structures and laws in place, including fiscal rules and so on, to ensure that we manage our budget properly and we manage our debt appropriately and so on. And Jamaica has done a good job at that. And it has resulted in significant additional fiscal space, meaning, there are resources that didn't exist before we went on this journey of fixing our fiscal affairs. Now, the question really is, how do we address the problems that we really have, and what are those problems? And my own view is that it's really our people that we need to invest in, and we need to ensure that we're put in place, the support systems that will ensure that our human potential is realized to the fullest. And that is why our focus is going to be on fixing the education system. There will have to be some remedial effort at the secondary level, because the system is broken at present, from primary, from early childhood coming up. But we need to focus on ensuring that our early childhood institutions are adequately resourced and our primary schools are leveled up to a uniformly high standard across the board, so that we are churning out a new generation of children entering secondary school who can cope with the secondary school curriculum and will leave secondary school ready to either go to university or go to a training institution or an apprenticeship and join the world of work and make, as productive citizens of the country. So that is one important area of priority for me. And that, I believe, will also pay a tremendous dividend in terms of reducing crime over the years to come, when we solve the education and training system. We also need to focus on minimizing conflicts in communities, bringing back mechanisms that keep communities safe by appropriate interventions on the ground. And, we will revise the PMI. We will look at it and see what needs to be done to make it as effective as possible. And we will put resources behind it so that we can avoid the reprisal spiral, which has been a source of so much killing in the country. And we will look to roll out what is now Project STAR, what was Unite for Change. We're going to have a national program around that will allow young people in particular who are currently not benefiting from employment and opportunities to work legitimately. We get them, give them a fresh start. And in terms of tertiary education as well, the financing of tertiary education, the Student Loan Bureau needs to be reformed. We need to eliminate the requirement of guarantors, which really discriminates against children from low-income households who can't find guarantors. And we need to also make the risk of unemployment or low pay, we need to take that off of the student. So the state should bear that risk, so that if somebody wants to finance their education through the Student Loan Bureau, they don't have to worry that, they may not be able to get a job right away and end up having debt collectors at their door and the name published in the paper and so on. We need to cap the loan repayment to a percentage of income of the student after they graduate and start to work, so that they don't have to worry about a situation where they can't service the debt because they aren't working yet or their job isn't sufficient to enable them to live and service. And so we cap it at a certain percentage, I would say around 15%. And over time, as their income improves and they make their way in life, they will service their debt over time. And during periods of unemployment, those payments are suspended and can be added to the end of the loan so that they take the pressure off them in that time. So we need to have a user-friendly system of education for tertiary schools, for tertiary level education as well. Agriculture is another critical area. We really need to look at rural development, and agriculture is fundamental to that. We need to ensure that we're protecting our farmers by having robust laws and robust law enforcement and around predial larceny. And we need to also make sure that we have farm roads looked after, and we put in place irrigation systems in our most productive farm areas, and we have storage facilities for farmers as well, because oftentimes when there's a bumper crop, they can't find a market for it, and a lot of it spoils. So we need to have, we need to protect our farmers and support our farmers in these practical ways. But having a robust agricultural policy is very, very important, because Jamaica produces some of the best crops. We have some of the best cocoa, best ginger, best coffee, best ganja, Sea Island cotton. There are many products which are in demand for, where Jamaican produce is in demand, and we need to solve the production and supply constraints in those areas so that we can really make agriculture a pillar of our economy, and not the sort of poor cousin of the economy, but rather, a very central part of what we do, because Jamaica should be feeding other islands which are less blessed than we are in terms agriculturally, and looking also to supply the diaspora and others who, develop a taste for Jamaican cuisine and what have you. And we have that potential, but we're not fulfilling it. And we need to really put some emphasis around that.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, I know that you indicated to me that you have time constraints, so...
I do. I have my constituency executive meeting is starting soon. I need to...
So I'm going to... what I do, you will have to come back. We have to call this part one. But for this evening, what are your final... what is your final comment before you go?
Well, I would just say to Jamaica, the Jamaican people and your listeners, a government led by Mark Golding is a government that will be committed to integrity in public life, to ensure that the resources of the people are spent on the people and are not used to fatten the pockets of politicians or their friends. We've seen far too much of that since the Jamaica Labour Party came into government, and we need to restore trust and confidence in people's elected officials by behaving appropriately as custodians of public resources. And you're going to see a PNP government that is going to try and focus on the real issues affecting Jamaicans, and so that Jamaica can move forward from the current situation we're in, where yes, we have some positives around the macroeconomic statistics, but life on the ground is still one where there's insecurity, there's hunger, there's frustration, there's a sense of inequality in the society and so on. So, the next PNP government is committed to governing in the interests of the people as a whole, all Jamaicans, all well-thinking Jamaicans, but with particular emphasis on those things that will allow our people who are not getting a fair shake from the society as it presently is structured, and giving them a chance to move forward in life.
I want to thank you very much, Mr. Mark Golding. And,
thank you for having me.
As I said, that I'm going to invite you back again. We have to do part two.
All right, I'll try my best to make that a day.
Yes.
All right, then, Desmond. Thank you for having me.
No problem, thanks. That was opposition leader Mark Golding, telling us about its party and what kind of government we should expect from him. Well. Let us say, we'll have to continue this discussion with the opposition leader. There are still some areas that we want some answers on, but to be continued. Let us go for a break now. This is Rebel Radio.
LA's fine sunshine most of the time, and the feeling is laid back. Palm tree road, rent so low, don't you know? But I keep working my way back. But I'm a Jamaican boy who's born and raised. Nowadays I'm lost between two shores. LA's fine, but it ain't home. New York is home, but it ain't mine no more. I am myself to no one there. About a frog who dreamed of being a king, and they all became one, except for the name. A few other changes. You talk about me, the story is the same one, but I've got this emptiness deep inside, and it won't let me go. And I'm a man who don't like to swear, but I hate the sound of being alone. I am myself to no one there, and no one heard at all, not
Enough of you them carry gun. Go lock up in a Babylon. What is you, man? Tell me. Up in a Kingston 7. Vietnam a run red. Tell me what I want. Stand a milling pool in a the river bed. String up big sound and a whole a mess. Watching the youth them play. Happy smiles on them face. Fish a fry, pot the rice. Everybody feel nice. Then all of a sudden, a police fire that man a run you the run.
Well, yes, Rebel Radio, and we have our time today has been expired. Has expired, yes. Yes, I want to thank our guests and our listeners and viewers, those who took time out of their busy schedule to tune into Rebel Radio. Yes, thank you very much. And until Friday, remember to keep safe and strong and stay tuned to Rebel Radio. And I want to pay special thanks to our guests today. And we'll be back on Friday to keep you informed. Until then, stay alive and well. This is Rebel Radio, and I'm Desmond Richards.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Get your home ready for summer!
Tools coming in hot.
With a whole heap on your arrivals and specials!
Everything for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
In fact, for every space.
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles.
Windows, doors, and much more.
We have it all! Savings!
Come shop now! Big time sale at Tools Hardware!
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware!
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69. And there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact.
These are body where every good girl deserve. But I won't allow this girl to mess with my nerves. Blessed figure, not to mention the curse. Show the corner of her eye, she slowly observes.
Anytime she come around, something is about to go down. Anytime she come around, go to sleep. Catch me dreaming of a way to creep. Trouble always seem to follow me. Oh, don't follow me now.
YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube.
But then what, you think it's sending in the video say?
Yeah. Yeah, man, of course.
But then what, you think it's sending in the video say?
Yeah, man. Then I have today's program by Rebel.